Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope this finds you well. I had an unexpected, or I should say, forgotten doctor's appointment this morning. You know how that goes. So bright and early this morning, I've already been up and about. I've been out. I'm good. Everything's fine. Everything's beautiful. My head feels great for today. I did wash my hair this morning and it is still wet. It'll be wet all day. Go figure. That's my life. That's my hair. Hi, I'm Ada K. Welcome to the show this morning. We are going to be doing Miss Boswell Day 6. We've got through a lot of testimony yesterday. They have already started. We're shortly behind, but not too much. I don't know why I'm buffering so much on my trial, so we're gonna close out everything and get that going. Today is a special day. Y'all, we got a special guest tonight. Mark your mark your calendar, set your timers, do whatever you got to do, but we have got a special guest tonight. This young man is from inmate to athlete, from addict to athlete. He's an amazing young man, and I call him young. He's younger than me. He's in his 40s, but he's younger than me, so I call him young man. I hope he doesn't mind. Why is this giving me so much grief? This morning, I'm making sure I don't have a ton of stuff open. I don't know why. I don't know if it's their feed. Probably is. Let me get it up over here so y'all can see what I'm dealing with. Megan Boswell Day 6. Here we go. Putting it up over here. See the proverbial wheel of death? Play. Okay, play. Aye, there we go. They're all the way up. We got sound.
I did notice a couple of typos in there. Okay.
This judge loves the color orange, let me tell you. Got to get my glasses on. I don't know what's going on with them because the other feeds I have, this morning didn't do that on another trial that I was scoping out. So I think it's on their end.
It will count that you had the wrong name of the defendant. I think it's somewhere else too. I didn't read the article.
Let me see what else I can find, guys. Just give me a hot minute.
I think it's
Because I don't have much open.
somewhere else too. I didn't read the article.
Yeah, I think it's them. I'll put this over here. Good morning, everybody.
Get that done.
Why don't I just pause that for a minute and let it catch up? I'm going to go over here and go to a different feed and see what's going on. There we go. I redid it. It's working fine. Let's get past the giggles and get the man on the stand and get going this morning. Good morning, y'all. Coffee. I am drinking my Shooter Shack coffee this morning. I need it.
You solemnly swear or affirm a testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Hey, June, how are you? Oh, sunny day. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are Christopher Wilhoy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your position there?
I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Johnson City Criminal Investigation Division.
And how long have you been employed with TBI?
Since 2001.
What was your assignment back in February of 2020?
Same assignment. I was the Assistant Special Agent in charge of that unit and working on the Evelyn Boswell case.
Okay. You anticipated my next question. So you did in fact assist the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in their investigation into the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was your role as far as within the TBI or in that investigation?
Just participated in the investigation in any way possible. We also had a case agent that was assigned to the case, a number of agents that also worked on the case. And I was here to, for lack of a better term, lend a hand and help in any way possible.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to February the 23rd of 2020. Did you encounter the defendant, Megan Boswell, on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would kind of tell the jury what the circumstances around you talking with Miss Boswell.
So I was at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day. Miss Boswell had been interviewed that day, and following her interview, she left and went downstairs. I walked downstairs, or I guess I took the elevator downstairs and went outside where she was located and merely asked her if she was waiting on a ride. And at that point, she began talking to me about Evelyn. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming back inside and if I could take a statement from her.
All right. Now, where all this occurred, is this over here at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Right as you walk out the front door there, it's kind of a ramp that goes down, and she was standing against those bars there.
Okay. That's right around the corner from where we are right now here in Blumpville, Sullivan County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that she began speaking with you. Did she know who you were?
I don't know. I at some point in time, I'm confident she knew that I was with
Good
the
morning,
TBI or that I was law
Dawn.
enforcement.
Okay. Did you identify yourself to her?
Yeah. At some point in time, I told her, that I was Chris Will.
I know, right?
TBI.
All right.
Definitely.
I think you said this earlier, but when you actually went to speak with Miss Boswell, where did you go? Where over in the building did you all
So
talk?
I went back upstairs because I asked her to come back into the lobby, and I went back upstairs to get a pad, a piece of paper or paper to write on. And
He was going to document
to her
this, man.
pen.
He's going to
And so I
save
came
it
back
for
downstairs and I sat
prosperity.
in the lobby and talked to her there.
So this was downstairs, not upstairs in the interview rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of tell the jury how this interview process went about. I mean, how did you conduct the interview with Miss Boswell?
Well, I don't know that it's I don't know that this is the correct term, but I call it a cognitive interview. And so what I try to do is just ask her kind of what happened. And when I do, I try to get the details to the nth degree, if I can, just, to find out, just so that there's nothing missing, just so we can find out what happened.
So did you write that down as you were speaking with Miss Boswell?
I did, sir.
All right. And did you record this interview?
I did.
Okay. How did you record it?
I had a digital tape recorder or digital recorder. It's not tape, digital recorder that I
Okay.
used.
So you recorded it audio only. Is that correct?
Well, recorded it on paper and recorded it audio.
Okay.
Yes.
I
that's
guess
correct.
I guess to be a little more specific, there was no video recording of this.
No, sir, there wasn't. No.
Okay. You had a chance to listen to that recording of the interview that you did with Miss Boswell,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and the recording that you listened to, was it a true and accurate recording of your interview with her on February the 23rd of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to make that an exhibit at this time.
No, sir.
Be exhibit 228. Yes, Judge. I would ask at this time to publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
February 23rd, 11:22 p.m. I have been sitting down across from you the whole time. What's your full name?
Megan Boswell.
Megan?
Yeah. N-I-C-O-L-E.
I-C-O-L-E. What's your date of birth?
3/21/01. That girl that hung out with my mom went missing the same time Evelyn did. What if my mom gave her to her? Well, what if you find her and she doesn't want to give Evelyn back?
I'm just trying to make sure. I'm just being honest with you. Just do you know that's not what happened?
I mean, no, but they went missing around the same time.
Who did?
That Steffi girl, I never knew her name, just like I would see her in the car with my mom sometimes. I'm pretty sure they did drugs together, to be honest with you.
Okay.
My mom doesn't really hang out with a lot of people.
You told me right outside here. Then on the 14th and the 16th.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened again.
Okay, I just wanted a break. So I kept Evelyn for.
So did you call your mom? Okay. Do you remember what day it was? Was it?
I don't, to be honest with you.
Tell me what had happened that day. Why it was that you decided on that day you wanted a break.
I was just so tired, going to work every day and then coming back. I just wanted a break.
So So where was your baby at? Had been staying at but before, while you were gone, you were working at the chicken shack?
Yeah, either with the mommy or babysitter.
So,
One or the other.
I was working at the chicken shack. My mom,
Thank you, Jesse.
or
Oh, mommy.
oh, mommy,
No, I mean, a mommy for the first one. Or babysitter. I'm sorry.
it's all right. Oh, mommy, or babysitter.
I don't know why there's a couple times my mom did watch Evelyn just because like her milk and really goes.
Child. Was old mommy keeping the child all the way up to the 14th or the 16th?
I went back and forth between people because sometimes she wouldn't feel good and like sometimes babies were gonna watch her and it was just a mess.
But she kept her
A lot.
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Can we just start there? And
Good
then
morning. Good morning.
I called my mom just because I wasn't afraid. She told me that I remember what we were going to do that night.
call my mom. They break. This was sometime between December
Yeah.
14th and 16th. So did your mom come to where you were, which was where?
And she wasn't supposed to know I was staying there, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over and like that I couldn't stay there anymore and he wouldn't like help me out or anything like that.
Okay, to my trailer. How did you call your mom? All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
A phone. And the number,
I don't remember anymore, to be honest with you.
his number,
She's had like 10 different phones since then. And I just,
Jude, who Jude?
this guy that they live with.
Now, you don't remember the number? Okay.
I'm sorry, like she's had 10 different numbers since then. And I remember 3 of them, the rest of them just kind of.
I agree with you on that. That's a good way to put it.
So you called her, what time was it she came over?
Not time. It wasn't too long after I was working there for like 7
So you got off work?
Yeah.
And you went over to the trailer?
Mhm.
To the trailer.
What happens if we don't find Evelyn? We're gonna get her back or if the person wants to speak to her.
Let's work on finding her. Okay,
Can you give me that phone number?
I will. I'll do my best to find out what we can do. I got off work and went to the trailer. That's where you called your mom from?
I called her on the way to work. My car, well, the cruise had
The way
like
home
Bluetooth.
from work?
Yeah, it had like a touch screen where, you know, you could just hit like phone, contacts, whatever, like you didn't have to like pick up your cell phone. You know what I'm saying?
You had the number that you had back then. What was the number?
My 579 number.
Called. On the way home.
Like I said, my car had like a touch screen where, you know, you could plug your phone up and it'd be like contacts, calls, like, you know what I'm talking about? They had like Apple Play in the car.
Call. Call.
Okay, I told her I just wanted a break. I was supposed to get one the next day.
You mean you're supposed to get her the next
Supposed to pick her up the next day.
from your mom?
Mm-hmm.
So mom comes over there. What's she driving? Who's she with?
She's with Will. I don't remember what car they were in, to be honest with you. It was dark. It was a little sedan, if that matters for me.
Who's Will?
Her boyfriend. You know that.
Will, what's his last name? Small sedan. Color, you know anything? What color is it?
It was a dark car, and it was not dark. My porch light didn't work at the time, so I didn't like it. I opened the door for maybe like 10 seconds, handed Evelyn to her, and then went back in.
Your mom didn't come in and try it?
Mhm.
So what was Evelyn wearing when she went with your mom?
I already told you about that little pink,
I wasn't in there.
this little hot pink type tracksuit, the matching Megan shoes. It's a Puma tracksuit.
Had she been wearing this all day?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Does that make it bad because she's wearing it?
No, no.
No,
so-
she's wearing it all day.
Evelyn was wearing
She didn't get dirty,
Hey.
so I didn't change
a small,
her. A Puma
a Puma
tracksuit, it's hot pink.
track suit.
It's hot pink and she had a voting match.
How many interviews does she give total?
And the shoes.
Huh?
With shoes that matched too.
Shoes were pink.
Mm-hmm. They were Puma shoes. They matched the tracksuit. Okay, so she takes her.
What time had you picked? So had old mommy had her that day?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, she gave 20 police interviews during the search for her daughter. I don't know how many we've heard thus far, but she gave a total of 20 interviews, y'all. Saying, dang.
To be honest with you, that was one of the days, like, a mommy kept it for a little bit, and like, the babysitter kept it for a little bit, and I just can't, honest God, remember which one I picked her up from. I think it was a mommy.
How did she get from old mommy to the babysitter?
I left work.
When?
I don't remember when, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, it's tired, I'm sleepy.
Who was the babysitter?
Sue.
You left work like around lunch or when?
It was after lunch. I really don't remember the exact time, to be honest with you.
You realize that's important though, right? I mean, these details are very important for us to try to find the child. Also kept her. I left work sometime
Yeah.
And
Okay, so mom picks her up.
hold on. Evelyn. Sue's trailer, house, what she live in?
I think it's a double wide. I think you consider it a double wide.
Home. Tell me this. Why did you have to pick her up from old mommy and take her to Sue's? Why for the change?
Mom may get tired watching it.
So did old mommy call you and tell you she was tired that day?
She's old, she's 70 years old.
So she called and told you, I'm tired, I can't watch her.
Mm-hmm. She never meant it in a bad way.
Mommy called. That day.
Dad used to do that too, like, if I left somewhere and I was gone longer than I was supposed
She
to.
was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. Did you call Sue before you took her over there?
Mhm. Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
Huh?
Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
So, so then you must have picked her up from Sue that day.
Like I said, I really don't remember who hit her first and who dropped her off.
I know, but at this point, we're confident that old mommy had her, that you picked her up and took her to Sue. You wouldn't have taken her back to old mommy at any time.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Okay, so you went and picked her up from Sue on that day.
Can you get back to my mom?
We can as soon as we get this finished.
Okay,
All right, so what time did you pick her up from Sue?
whenever I got off work.
Which was about what time?
Probably 6:30.
So you pick her up at 6:30. Anybody with you? Just you. Nobody at Sue's.
I don't know if her husband was there or not. I didn't see him. Sue still has Evelyn's pack and play in the city cup and some of her clothes.
From that day.
Yeah. I haven't back in home.
So you had taken that from old mommy's to over there that day?
My mommy never kept her pack and play there.
Okay, so did Sue have this that day? She already had it?
Yeah, but it was Evelyn's pack and play. It's like pink, got flowers on it. Well, like the insert of the bed playpen is pink and it's got like the edges of it's like white. It's got pink roses on it.
Okay.
Like, have you seen a pack and play?
Mhm.
I'm assuming you have a kid, I think. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the design or whatever around it.
Yeah.
On the very top part, that fabric part, it's like a red coat pack and play. It's
Yeah.
white. Pink roses.
Yeah, but Sue,
Already had the pack and play.
Okay.
I looked at it before.
Yeah.
And some clothes.
so she had clothes, so,
And she maybe had. a
but
couple
you had
clothes.
dressed Evelyn that day, right?
Yeah,
In this Puma outfit.
yeah.
So she didn't change clothes or anything like that.
Well, no, Sue still has clothes that I dropped off there for Evelyn.
No
This need
problem.
to change.
So you pick up Evelyn,
Yeah.
right? 6:30. Did you call your mom from when you were going from Evelyn's house or Sue's house to your trailer?
Mhm.
Okay. me this. Were you or were you not living with Hunter at the time?
On and off.
On and off?
Mhm. I wasn't necessarily like living there, but I stayed a couple nights there. Okay, so mom picks Evelyn up.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're going to Mendota. I'm like, okay.
So wait a minute. So your mom doesn't come inside. So is this conversation you're having with your mom, is it standing at the door?
She's like, we're going to Mendota. I'm like, here's Evelyn's stuff. Bye. Like, it was really quick.
Okay, how far is Mendota?
I don't know. I've never been. How far is Mendota? Do you know?
I don't, the reason I'm asking though is did you ask like, does she need a toothbrush? Or not a toothbrush, but does she need like overnight stuff?
I did send her overnight stuff. Mom was supposed to go overnight. Supposed to go the next morning.
Okay, so you had a bag that you gave to your
It wasn't a
mom.
bag. It was a little basket.
It was a basket.
It's blue. It had like diapers and like I gave like some
Did
milk.
Will get out of the car and come with her to the door?
No.
Okay, so when my mom came to the door,
Mhm.
okay, were you planning on your mom keeping her that night?
Mhm.
Okay, so
So I sent overnight stuff.
when mom came to the door, did you tell her that on the phone?
Yeah, she knew.
Okay,
She was aware. So I was going the next day.
into the door, I gave her basket
It was a blue basket. Does that matter?
that was blue.
Does that matter at all?
It had overnight clothes.
Yeah. Well, anytime I ever take Evelyn anywhere, I sent with extra clothes. Because babies get dirty.
Overnight clothes
Diapers, milk.
and extra clothes. It also had
You're really thorough.
diapers and milk.
Yeah.
What kind of milk?
All milk.
Whole milk, not any kind of formula or anything like that. She just drank whole milk.
Yeah, around 9 months old, like she started spitting formula back up. So I switched her on whole milk. My pediatrician told me not to, but like she never spit up again and she was fine, so I just kept her on whole milk.
Just whole milk. Did you put some kind of cold thing in there to keep the milk cold?
I gave it to her like out of the whatchamacallit, the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Please bear with me. I've been in the room.
My mom. Milk. Right out of the fridge.
Should I not have done that?
I don't know. I don't know where she was going or what the deal was. So what did your mom say to you when she left?
That I didn't hear mom go.
Okay. My mom said,
I didn't hear mom go.
tomorrow, pick her up. So at some point, she's got to tell you where she's going.
Mendota.
I know that, Megan, but it's important about how and when she told you. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the conversation while you were on the phone or at the door or at the end?
Well, we were on the phone. She told me her will go to Mendota from now on.
Thank you for calling the Peterson Specialty Care Rheumatology Office. If you are having an emergency, please call 911 or go to your nearest emergency department.
Her and Will?
Please note that our office hours are Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on Friday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. For medication refills, please call your pharmacy and they will contact us.
Now,
If you are a
did she
physician
say
or
we're going
physician
to
representative,
or
press
to see
1.
somebody, or what did she say?
If you would like to speak with our front desk receptionist or schedule an appointment, press 2.
They always can.
If you are a current patient and would like to leave a message for the
Have
nurse,
you known? What's it look like?
I've never seen it, to be honest with you. It's just a camper. I think it's at Jude's now. Or was it Jude's?
Hello?
specialty care, how can I help you?
Yes, this is Ada Brown. I need to
I've
reschedule.
never laid eyes on it to tell you.
Okay, can I have the date of birth?
03/26/1971.
Did your mom say we were going camping?
And
What-
that was
what-
I don't
Brown
know
last
how she could
Yes,
say it.
ma'am.
I understand that, but what else did
the
she say?
February 13th
That was
appointment?
it. I was
Yes,
there.
ma'am. I have a midterm exam that time.
It was a quick exchange.
You need me to reschedule?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a specific date in mind?
Nothing.
The next available we have is gonna be February 24th, a Monday.
Sure.
I have a 9:20 and a 9:40 that day.
9:20.
I have your dad now.
All right, I have you down at 9:20 on February 24th.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome. You too. Bye.
Like in Scott County, but he was like, that river flows through Mendota. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I guess y'all just heard me reschedule my appointment. I could have sworn I had me on mute. I apologize for that. Okay, Christy Robinson, welcome so much. Hello, it's Britt. Welcome. Christy, it is not a stupid question. Not everybody gets all these cases and follows all of them, so that's fine. Baby Evelyn is a case where Megan, whom you're hearing in the interview, is charged with unaliving her daughter. The daughter went missing in December. She claimed that it was with her ex-boyfriend who was in the military and claimed he was the father, which we find out later he's not. And then she says her mother has the baby, refuses to give it back. The baby was missing from December to March. They put out searches. They had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people working on this case to find baby Evelyn. She was put out on the Amber Alert. I mean, it went viral. Finally, they find her in a very small building, kind of like a playhouse type building on her father's property, in a white kitchen trash can, in a bag, wrapped up in her blanket with tinfoil around the head. The defense is trying to blame the boyfriend at the time that she went missing, that the mother was dating, was I want to call him Henry, but that's not it. Hunter, that's it, Hunter. Hunter ended up having schizophrenia, and while in the hospital, because after the baby was found unalived, people were calling him the one that unalived that poor baby. And so he ended up having a psychotic break and went to a psych ward. His father came in and testified, and the defense questioned the father and said, "Is it not true that your son believes that he hears voices and tinfoil stops the voices?" They are trying to pin this unaliving of Megan on Hunter. Now, the interesting thing in this case is that we discovered today that Megan, the mother, who was 17 at the time of the birth or pregnancy, has had will give 20 interviews to the police, and at no time shares where that baby is. She keeps saying that the baby's with her mother or it was with the father. The mother wouldn't give it back. It is a horrible, horrible thing. But this trial has more twists and turns and lies than I can keep up with, honestly. So that is what this trial is about. We've been listening to a lot of video watching and listening to a lot of the interviews with the police. We have not had the medical examiner up yet, which is, I'm assuming, will be towards the end of the state's case. But, yes, people are evil. And FYI, I do not show the baby. If it's just the trash can, I'll let that be seen. But just FYI, I'm trying to handle this as delicately as I possibly can. And for the soul of that poor little baby, she doesn't need to be out there all over the world to see. All right, let's get back into it.
Mhm.
Well, he knows
Thank you for joining us, Christy.
it's not gonna help. I guess. What time is it?
I'm not really sure. Um, So, your mom leaves,
The next day she calls, and she's mad. Like,
what time?
In the morning.
I mean, were you still in bed?
You know, I was out there, I was getting ready
You were getting ready for,
for work.
so what day was that? Huh?
The 15th and the 17th. And she's like, oh, but like, you don't deserve Evelyn, you're a bad mom. Like, she's my better, it's gonna treat her better, take care of her better.
This is one of the detectives.
She kept telling me stuff like, oh, like, you don't deserve her.
I said, Evelyn, what's with?
Somebody who would take better care of her, she'd be happy to do.
No, unknowingly, unknown, unknown. Unknowingly, unknown, known. And the medical examiner should be coming up. Oh, I would love to see it
I
today.
don't know that anybody said that.
And this is a detective.
We don't know what happened.
Okay, this is interesting. Most of her other interviews are definitely recorded in an interview room, so we have the video and the audio. However, she being Megan, the mother of the disappeared baby at this time, started talking to him outside the police department. He got her inside downstairs in a room, but there's no video camera. So we have a recording. He did do an audible recording. We are listening to that. We have heard from a lot of detectives in this case, but now I understand why, because there's 20 interviews that they did with her. How does she do 20 police interviews and not give up the fact that she unalived her baby?
Megan,
Beyond me.
I'm not sitting here saying this isn't feasible, but I'm confident that you know more than what you're saying to me. That's all. I'm not sitting here saying this isn't. I'm confident that you know
I don't know.
Very much so.
at the minimum, your mom has told you where this child is. At the minimum,
I think it's somewhere in there.
take better care. Somebody who would take better care.
Do you know the day that you all got press release whatever?
Mhm.
She kept trying to take me back up there, and I told her, I was like, look, you just give her to me. I was like, so help me God, I will not put your name into it. I will walk my ass up there with Evelyn on my head and be like, it's mad at my dad, and don't want to see the baby, like, you know, think of some bullshit. And I was like, I will let them just see the baby. I was like, you're taking me to her, just tell me.
I
that's
want
what
you to
you're taking
listen to what you just said.
me.
Your mom kept trying to take you back up there.
But she wouldn't tell me why.
Megan, that is not feasible whatsoever.
Why do you think that's not?
Why would your mom say, I want to take you up there, but wouldn't say this is where?
Well,
the
she wouldn't
kid
tell me
is?"
that's where we were going. That's just where the road signs were pointing to. She was taking me somewhere way up in Virginia. And the road signs were like pointing towards Mendoza.
Okay. And you didn't go?
No, because she wouldn't tell me. She just kept telling me that I don't need to talk to you all, that I need to like go with her and just like leave the whole situation and stuff like that.
And you, and she told you that you needed to know where the child was.
No, she never mentioned.
Why else would she be taking you?
She wouldn't tell me. I kept asking, she wouldn't answer me.
That makes no
And then I
sense.
told her that if she didn't take me and drop me off back up there and talk to you all, she read a press release that I was gonna call and be myself and you come get me.
She told me that somebody who would take better care, Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. She told you that next morning there.
No,
What else?
that I didn't deserve Evelyn. That I was mad and all, and I didn't support her. Tell me who she was with after.
She told you what?
Then who she was with after.
That the person or the people?
The person she was with after. And she was saying, we don't want for anything. Then if I love my child, I'll let her have a better life.
I love my child, what?
I'll let her have the better life. But she have with me. That's all.
Megan, did your mom bring you any money?
No,
Just ask.
the only time she's ever given me money is when me and her started hanging out again. She gave me like $20 one time because I had it out in the car. It was in me on gas and her didn't have any money.
No, I'm talking about this time right here.
No,
Okay.
no, she never gave me any money.
What else did your mom tell you?
That's it. She just kept repeating the same like crazy over and over again. Just kept on saying if I wanted Evelyn to have a good life, it wasn't with me. Sorry.
I just want to know why you didn't tell us this in the first place.
Because whenever she
Have a
said-
blessed day, Christy. Hello, Toxic. Good morning.
Megan,
Possible.
Everybody keeps telling me I'm a bad mom and she'd be better off with anybody.
Hopefully you come back, Christy.
I want to know something.
What?
Do you think Evelyn is alive? You do. Are you confident of that? Shaking your head yes. Does that mean yes?
Yeah,
Megan,
just don't know what they're
Megan, I want you to know something.
doing.
If Evelyn is alive and she's okay, it's okay. Okay. And I even go back to the fact that if she's not, and something just acts
Okay, guys. Ho, 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 ho. Toxic, I love you. I love you. We had something in the Karen Read that just dropped, and I'm going to read it. And it comes from our Discord uh, friends and partners. They are, of course, the fabulous. Why can't I find it? As the gavel drops, we could not do this without them. As the gavel drops is in Discord. That is where you can find all your latest court documents. Go to As the Devil Drops in Discord and register and validate your account. You too can have access to what I'm getting ready to share with you. Notice all slips and opinions and orders are subject to formal revision and are superseded by the above advance sheets bound volumes of the official report. If you find typographical error or formal error, please notify the reporter of the decisions. Okay. Karen Read versus Commonwealth. Supreme Judicial Court. Superintendents of the inferior courts, homicide, motor vehicle homicide, blah, 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 blah. Jury and jurors civil action commence in the Supreme Court for the County of Suffolk in September 11 of 24. In the case by DEWLR DeWar J. They're listing all the super district attorneys: Weinberg, Jackson of California, Michael Pulvin, and David R. Yannetti are also present. For the petitioner, Caleb J. Schielinger, Assistant District Attorney, Laura A. McLaughlin, Assistant District Attorney, are also present. For the Commonwealth, Jesse Rosman and Daniel McFadden and Michael T. Packard for the American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts. George J., the defendant, challenges the denial of her motion to dismiss after her first trial ended in a mistrial. The trial was lengthy, spanning 8 weeks of evidence involving 74 witnesses and 657 exhibits. The defendant does not contend that this evidence was legally insufficient to support the conviction of any of the charges, which would preclude a retrial. Instead, her argument focuses on whether the trial judge properly declared a mistrial and the relevance, if any, of post-trial account of jury deliberations. The jury deliberated for 5 days, sending progressively insisting notes to the judge about their inability to reach a unanimous verdict. In their third and final note, the jury stated that some members firmly believed that the evidence surpassed the burden of proof in establishing the elements of the charges, while others did not. They described their views as rooted in sincere adherence to their individual principles and moral convictions, and stated further deliberations would be futile and would force them to blank. Although Karen Read commenced this action by filing a petition to the county clerk for convenience, we refer to her as defendant. The record submitted to the single justice and now before the court does not contain transcripts of the testimony or the exhibits for the defendant's first trial. Compromises the deeply held beliefs. Okay, so this is 1 and 2. So now we're going to continue. I'm sorry, I missed that. Based on this final note of the judge declared a mistrial, the defendant's motion to dismiss this petition relied on post-trial accounts from several of the jurors. Let me get this back over here so I can read in front of you and make it a lot easier. The account suggested that during deliberations, the jury unanimously agreed that the defendant was not guilty on 2 of the 3 charges and were deadlocked only on the remaining charge. The defendant argues that the mistrial was thus not manifestly necessary because the judge could have requested a partial verdict from the jury before discharging them. The defense further asserted that the post-trial account showed she was in effect acquitted of 2 charges and that double jeopardy bar retries on those counts. The petition thus raises the question, can post-trial accounts of jurors' private deliberations that are inconsistent with their public communication with the courts render a declaration of a mistrial improper or constitute an acquittal? Where the jury did not announce or record the verdict in open court, we conclude they cannot. Oh, shoot, she lost. The jury clearly stated during the deliberations they had not reached a unanimous verdict on any of the charges and so could not do so. Only after being discharged did some individual jurors communicate a different supposed outcome, contradicting their prior notes. Such post-trial disclosures cannot retroactively alter the trial's outcome, either to acquit or convict. Accordingly, we affirm the trial judge's denial to the motion to dismiss and the defendant's request for a post-trial jury inquiry, meaning she screwed. Background, the trial deliberations, a grand jury returned 3 indictments against the defendant. Okay, I'll read it. I don't want to, but I will. Manslaughter, operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of the personal injury resulting in death. Trial began on April 2024, lasted 2 months. On the 37th day, the jury received instruction regarding the 3 indictments. 2 lessers included the offense on 2 involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide. Before deliberating began, the judge indicated that the foreperson of the jury would be given separate verdict slips for each of the indictments. The judge then explained the procedure for delivering the verdicts. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate box as to each charge and then sign and date the verdict slip, notifying the court that the officer that you have given reached unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdict to the court. Footnote number 3, the motion filed by the American Civil Liberties Unions of Massachusetts, Inc., seeking leave to file an amicus curiae, I don't know, belief is hereby allowed. The judge also instructed the jury to continue deliberating till you have reached a final verdict on each charge, and to not disclose their numerical standings or progress to anyone, including the judge, before such time you have reached a unanimous verdict. The jury then begins to deliberate. 3 days later, after approximately 19 hours of deliberation, foreperson submitted a note to the judge, first note, that stated, I'm writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive reviews of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we are been unable to reach a unanimous verdict. See, I think the jury's at fault on that because they should have said a unanimous verdict on 1 of the charges or 2 of the charges or whatever. After reading the note, that's my humble opinion. After reading the note in the record, the judge requested an argument from the parties whether the jury had conducted due and thorough deliberations, warning. So they called Tui Rodriguez charge. Commonwealth argued that the jury had not deliberated long enough while the defense disagreed, requesting the instructions and asserting the foreperson to use of the word exhaustive suggested an impasse. The judge determined that further deliberation was appropriate and instructed the jury to continue. Commonwealth Rodriguez ... The Tui Rodriguez charge is a model instruction given when the jurors report deadlocked. So that's what that is. Deliberation extended through the afternoon, resumed the following Monday morning. At 10:45 a.m., the jury foreperson submitted another note, second note, which stated, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in the opinions of the state of mind. The divergence of our views are something not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimate leading to the point to where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission, and the implication it holds. Boy, whoever wrote that's good. Upon receiving the note, the judge again invited the argument from both parties. Commonwealth acknowledged the jury had already deliberated in 22 to 23 hours, but nonetheless argued it was premature to conclude that their deliberation had been due and through. Defense counsel, however, maintained the jury were hopelessly deadlocked. Again, requesting the Truey Rodriguez instructions, the judge agreed with the defense, noting that the jury had extraordinary and that she had never seen a note like this. Although the transcript does not state the precise time deliberations resumed on Monday morning, based on prior proceedings, it appeared jury deliberated closer to 24 to 25 hours at that point. Reporting an impasse. So the judge then delivered the Rudy Rodriguez instruction to the jury and sent them back to deliberate further. At approximately 2:30 p.m., floor persons submit yet another note to the judge, third note, which stated, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspective on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charge beyond blank reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not significantly establish the necessary elements of charge. The deep division is not due to the lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate will be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. After receiving the third note, the judge informed the jury, it is at an impasse. The jury were called back into the courtroom, and the third note was read aloud into the record. Upon reaching a final line stating further deliberation would force the jury to compromise these deeply held beliefs. The judge addressed the jury saying, I am not going to do that to you folks. She declared a mistrial. The judge then discharged the jury back to the deliberation room, explaining she would meet them there privately to thank them for their service. The judge and the parties remained in the courtroom to discuss their availability for scheduling a status conference in the matter. At no point, and this is true, during the discussion did the defense counsel object to the judge's declaration or express disagreement with the outcome. That was their number one fault. That they should have done. That they did not do. First trial evidence, according to the affidavit submitted. Oh, this is 35 pages. I'm not going to read all 35 right now. We can't. But basically, they've been denied. We can go on and read the rest of this later. I did not realize this was 35 pages, but it was denied. So let's get to a post-trial inquiry of these jurors was similarly occur well after they became susceptible to the outside influence and would not provide a recognized bias for altering or the result of the first trial. Court could not alter the verdict of the acquittal upon learning that the jury's intended to convict defendant of lesser offense, where jury had ample opportunity. Conclusion, for this reason stated above, the trial judge correctly denied the defendant's motion to dismiss and request for the post-trial jury inquiry. This case remanded to the county clerk for entry into the judgment denying the defendant's petition of relief. That is so sad. But I have always held to, oh, toxic, thank you. I will go there. So unfortunately, that document is nails in the coffin on that. We have another document that just dropped. It's not, it's it's the same thing, babe. It's not a different document. Okay, it's the same document. Sorry. Sorry, y'all. Toxic. I don't know if you meant to drop that same document, but it's the same document. Okay, let me get this up and going again. We're going to pick up where we took off. I just wanted y'all to have it first. Y'all needed to have that documentation first, y'all. Let me get, let me see this. Yes. Gabby, we just got it. Thank you so very, very much. You were so awesome, Gabby. Appreciate you. Y'all, this is huge in this case. Unfortunately, that means that Karen Weed will be retried on all 3 counts of the charges, that there's no relief, and she will have to go through the entire thing again. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm not surprised because and I don't like blaming the defense's legal team, but they did not object at the time. But on the other side, they wouldn't have known to object. So I guess that teaches me, if I'm ever a lawyer, which I'm still on the fence about, if you got multiple charges and it comes to an impasse, then you need to ask, are all 3 charges at an impasse? Or have you ruled or found a unanimous verdict on any of the charges A, B, or C? You know, I guess you wouldn't think to ask that, but I guess you do now need to do so.
Accidentally happens. It happens. It's sad, but it happens.
Gabby, you are too.
I can't go out here though and find this child, no matter how it is, and turn around and make it okay. If when I talk to the people, they say, Megan knew this. Do you understand that? And I'm telling you, that's more feasible than you don't know at this point, because Marty told a couple of different stories. If you know where the child is, I need to put my hands on it so that I can help you with this. You need to tell me, honey.
I don't have an exact idea. I just think someone in the know that my mom was out with us.
That your mom hangs out with. Tell me who your mom hangs out with.
Nobody else heard me about the moment. Arguing.
What names do you know?
You're gonna have to give me a second to think. There's like Travis, Tristan, Billy, Crystal.
Because you're all people in Mendoza.
No. I don't know anybody that she knows in Mendoza. My mom has a lot of like sketchy friends and they move around a lot. And Will has a lot of sketchy friends and they move around a lot.
It's okay, toxic.
I really am trying to help, honey.
Did you find her out there letting it ever get back?
I'm just telling you. This is the problem. The only problem is this is, I know that you want to sit here and say, hey, this first part or whatever, but if that story was true, there's no reason why you wouldn't have told me the whole thing or told those guys the whole thing the first time. Before I get up from this chair, I need to know every bit of this.
I'm telling you, I didn't know. Even when we started hanging out again, that's just all she would tell me.
You do realize, Megan, that I know that you sat in that seat up there and you told those guys the last time that was everything you knew. But it wasn't, was it?
I'm really taking a lot of time kissing this morning. I think you promised you that we scheduled and we'll have to come get me on the right up to the all day.
What are you gonna do if the test shows that you're not being truthful? What are you gonna do?
I know that.
See, I've got to sit here and believe you, honey. I also believe that you feel confident that your child is still alive.
Right? Was that a bad thing?
No. But what the bad thing is if you have an idea of where it's at and you're not telling me.
I know a general area.
All right, where?
Mendota. That's the general area.
You know what I mean.
I don't know exactly this section of Mendota, like that one.
I feel pretty confident that your mom probably would have said she's here or she's with so-and-so.
She never gave me a name. The only coincidence I could think of that was really like, oh, that's weird, is like that girl that mom used to hang out with just kind of disappeared, like almost exactly when we did. And the day mom got arrested, like she messaged him on Facebook and was back into like whatever. Oh, I've never said people, it's always person. Like singular. Not like
Why is that? Would you have said that if you didn't know?
someone.
Person?
No, she never said people, it was always person. It's always the person who has it. It wasn't like, oh, the people were like, you know what I mean? It's always like one person.
Just listen. We'll go to the ends of the earth for this kid. Okay. But I'm telling you right now, lots of problems. If what you're telling me is a made-up story,
Okay,
you've done this twice.
okay,
You can't do this.
okay,
All right?
okay.
I know you're young, but you're now an adult. And I'm willing to tear every word up and tear this paper off and take another statement from you and forget it.
I appreciate that.
I would. I would sit right here because I don't want to see you at the age of 18 ruining your life. If an accident happened to this child, I'm willing to write it down. If you know where your child is, I'm willing to write it
Accidents
down.
never happened to Evelyn where she bruised her face or something while she was walking.
I'm willing to write down what happened.
I told you.
And if there's more that you know, I've got to know.
There's not, I just have theories and I told you that. Like
And
I
this
said,
is it.
that one girl that went missing around the same time Evelyn did, like my mom hung out
Do
with
you
her.
know the child to be with that girl?
No, but don't you think it's weird they went missing around the same time? And literally, like, I was down to the moment my mom was arrested, she talked to somebody.
What's the girl's name?
It's Lucy Staffy. Do I need to find her ride home from me, Christy? Thank you, Lord. Can I ask you something?
I'm listening.
What if my mom told this girl that she was adopted Evelyn? Would you get her back? Because somebody there told me no. If they thought that under the pretenses of adoption, you couldn't get back.
I don't think your mom has the right to let her be adopted out.
Well, still,
Her name is what?
Lucy Steffi.
Spell Steffi.
I think it's Stefy maybe. I'm sorry if I spelled her last name wrong.
I was working at the chicken shack. Old mommy or the babysitter was keeping the child. I called my mom because I needed a break. This was sometime between December 14th and 16th. My mom came to my trailer. My mom had a phone, and the number is the number that Jude has
It was
now.
always Jude's phone, she just used it. Does that matter? They shared a phone.
It was
Sorry, I didn't catch that one.
always Jude's phone. My mom shared it with Jude. Right? I got off work and went to the trailer. I had the 579 number. I called my mom on the way home from work. My car had Apple Play and I called her from the car. I told her I just wanted a break.
Well, technically, I called her from the babysitter's house, but to me, that's still on the way from her. So if you get down here, you're like, oh, well, you called from Sue's house, like, that means the same thing to me.
But you called her from the car, right?
Right.
And on your phone.
Right.
Okay. I told her I just wanted a break. My mom came to the trailer with Will McLeod in a small sedan. It was a dark car and it was dark outside. My mom did not come in the trailer. I handed Evelyn to her while she was outside. Evelyn was wearing a Puma track suit that was hot pink with a bow to match. The shoes were pink Puma and matched the suit. Old mommy had kept the child that day. The babysitter, Sue, also kept her that day. I left work sometime in the afternoon and picked up Evelyn. I took her to Sue's home that I think is a double wide. Right?
I mean, I don't know what you call it, it's just like double line. But it's not as long as double line. We don't do this.
Initial right here, so that I don't add anything to your statement.
Okay. Right here.
You see where I've marked this out?
Yeah.
Initial everywhere where I marked that and that out.
Above it?
Here's the initial right here where we added this. And initial right here at the bottom. So I don't add anything to your statement. All right. Old mommy called. Me that day and said she was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. I called Sue and asked her to keep Evelyn that day. I went to Sue's and picked up Evelyn after work, which was around 6:30 p.m. I called my mom on my way from Sue's to my trailer. When my mom came to the door, I gave her a basket that was blue. It had overnight clothes and extra clothes. It also had diapers and milk, which was whole milk. I gave my mom the milk right out of the fridge. My mom and I could meet her tomorrow. My mom said I could meet her tomorrow and pick her up. When I called her to ask her, I'm going to say Evelyn, and pick Evelyn up. When I called her to ask her to keep Evelyn, she told me that her and Will were going to Mendota. I assumed they were going camping because because Will has a camper, and that is why I assumed that. My mom called the next morning. I was getting ready for work. It was either the 15th or the 17th. My mom said that I was a bad mom and that I did not deserve Evelyn. My mom said Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. My mom said I did not deserve Evelyn. She said I was a bad mom and could not support her. All that right? Where I mark things out?
Right here.
Mhm. My mom said that the person she, Evelyn, was with loved her. My mom said she was safe and would not want for anything. My mom said that if I loved my child, I would let her have a better life than she would have with me. A friend of my mom's went missing around the same time Evelyn went missing. Her name is Lucy Stephanie. Is that right? Initial right there at that. Initial at the very end. Now sign and date, please.
What's this?
Good question. 24.
Oh, if I can remember.
Can we put it the Thursday or Friday?
Okay.
Did you want to tell me that? How is it?
It's a good question. Oh, 8 a.m. I'm pretty sure, I'm just thinking. Megan. Oh, mommy quit touching the baby before that.
No. She must have her dates wrong because she didn't know it. I know for a fact that she didn't know it. Because I had nobody else to watch her except for 2 people. Mom is also 78 years old. And calls me the wrong name almost every time I see her.
I mean, I call my kids the wrong name half the time. That
And
doesn't
my
mean
dad.
there's anything wrong with my
And
mind.
then when I was going in and out of there, my dad's like, oh, I didn't see her after Thanksgiving. I'm like, he literally did. Like, Ashley has pictures of her after Thanksgiving. Or she used to forever to that one coming that she had.
I don't want us to get up from this chair and miss any opportunity. I've got an 18-year-old daughter. It worries me that if I say let's get up from this chair and that there's more knowledge in your head,
There's not.
that I can,
And
that I
if
can help
think of
fix, that I can
anything-
help fix this problem
I'm not.
that I can't get.
If I think of anything, I'm like, oh, like, you know,
You
I
need to
just
think
thought
of
it
it
was-
right now.
I can't think of what it is right now. It's just like 12 away, like, not too bad.
Your child's missing. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your child. Okay? Anything else? Sure.
Until the next interview. Then on the next interview, she's going to spill a whole bunch of other different beans.
Are you taking this home or something?
I'll either take you home or get somebody. Give me just a minute. Hold on. We'll make it a good, safe ride home.
It's not that it's loud, it's just whatever those pitches are. I'm not used to my hair being this wavy, y'all. Look at the texture. I'm not used to that. Usually it used to be straight as a board. Oh, we have a different bailiff this morning. The other guy must be, oh, there he is. There's our buddy, our favorite buddy, bailiff.
Agent Will Hoare, we could kind of tell as you were speaking with Miss Boswell, you writing that statement down
Yes, sir.
on a pad. Okay. Did you go
Thank
over
you.
that statement with her?
Trying to dry.
Yes, sir.
But once
Did
it gets
you
dry,
allow her
it'll
to
go straight as a
correct
board.
or
See,
make any changes
the dry
to what
stuff
you were
goes
writing
straight
down?
as a board.
Yes, sir.
Is that
it
indicated on the statement as well?
Curls won't,
Yes, sir.
wavy won't
All right.
last.
And at the end of the statement, did you have her sign and date it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign and date it as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you took this statement, you started talking with her, I guess, shortly before midnight on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then you finished, I believe you turned off the recording at 12:11 a.m. on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Objection.
Agent Will Hoard, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the statement that you took from Megan Boswell on the February 23rd into February 24th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognize her signature at the end of that statement?
Yes, sir.
And do you sign that as well?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we'd move to make that Exhibit 229.
The full exhibit 229 over the objection.
Agent Will Hoyt, during the course of your all's investigations, you all ever receive or discover any evidence that Evelyn had been given to another person in Mendota, Virginia?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning, Agent Will Hoyt. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. You took this statement on February the 23rd. It appears it started up into the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
How long had Megan been at the sheriff's department that day prior to that statement being taken? You know?
I don't.
Did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
Why
The
not?
statement, the subject matter of the statement, obviously you're aware that several other statements have been taken from her.
Yes, sir.
You were you're in charge of the field office in Johnson City, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means you review and sign off on everything that's done in every case.
In the field division, yes, sir.
So everything that Agent Gratz is doing, you're reviewing and you're signing off on.
Yes, sir.
So you were aware that she'd been interviewed several times prior to your interview.
Several being, I guess, I don't know, but
I'll
yes,
be
she
right
had been interviewed prior to that, Mr. Scott. You are correct.
And your interview is essentially a continuation on the same subject matter of the prior interviews.
Could you repeat the question?
Your interview was a continuation of the subject matter of the prior interviews, being the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Well, it was a different interview, but I guess I was questioning her about Evelyn, which I think was the subject of every interview.
Sure. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Actually, no, I can ask one more thing. Were you aware that the TBI had provided Megan with a cell phone on the 23rd?
I apologize, Mr. Scott. I can't recall that. I believe that was the case, yes. But I don't know. I don't know the details of that. I'm sorry.
So you don't know that that cell phone could have been used to track her to see if she'd went to the location after the 23rd where the body was found? If you know.
I don't.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go?
For the state, yes.
Judge, he is, I'd ask that he be subject to recall, but free to leave the courthouse.
Agent Woodward, your testimony right now is over. However, you are subject to being recalled. You don't have to stay at the courthouse. Just make sure that we can get a hold of him and get you here.
Yes, sir.
Right, next.
State would call Special Agent Paul Durant.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Paul Durant.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I swear.
truth.
Please tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
My name is Paul Durant. I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned to the Johnson City RA.
Okay. And is your last name spelled Durant?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for about 5.5 years.
Okay. And you stated your title was special agent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a brief description of your current duties with the FBI?
So as a special agent with the FBI, I'm primarily assigned to investigate crimes against children. So anything with sexual exploitation, kidnapping, human trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of your education?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's degree in finance that I attained from the University of Central Florida. I have a second bachelor's degree in biomedical science, which I also attained from the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And during the time you were employed with the FBI, were you asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
I was.
What were you tasked with doing at that time?
So the FBI in general was tasked with supporting our local and state partners. We did anything from interviews to phone extractions to assisting interviews outside of the state. Primarily, my responsibility was reviewing all of our documentation and looking for any patterns and things like that.
Okay. When you say documentation, are you referencing digital documentation or other items?
Mostly digital documentation, as well as like interviews and notes and stuff like that from the other investigative agents.
Okay. And from the time you first assisted until now, have you continued to receive training in the area of forensic examination of digital devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what type of training you've received?
I received training through the FBI as part of the computer analyst response team technician, as well as the digital evidence examination technician.
Okay. When you say response team, what does that mean exactly?
Essentially, like any of the response teams, are teams that can be deployed. We can go to search warrants. For example, like we call it CART for short. The CART team would join investigative agents in the field. We would examine any computers that were on and available during the time, as well as cell phones, and then bring those back to our office for further examination and extraction.
So CART is short for Computer Analysis Response Team?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe about 3 years now.
Okay. And have we sufficiently covered your training regarding digital evidence, or is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
So that's the majority of my training with digital evidence.
Does the FBI utilize forensic digital evidence equipment to aid you in your investigations?
Yes. So we have several different forensic softwares that are FBI approved, as well as specific devices to help us extract and image electronic devices.
Okay. And we'll briefly go into what the FBI utilizes. When it comes to cellular devices like telephones, what would a digital analysis entail regarding cell phones?
So regarding cell phones, we do what we call extractions of cell phones. So we use a forensic software to extract different data from the cell phones. There's several different extraction methods that you can use. Three main ones. The first one is kind of a logical extraction. Essentially what that does is we ask the cell phone, what can you provide us? And the cell phone will provide us X data. The next analysis that we can do or extraction that we can do is called a file system extraction. That's kind of where our software goes into the cell phone and then tries to pull as much data as we can from that cell phone. The last extraction that we can perform is called a physical extraction. Essentially, that is a bit-for-bit copy of whatever that electronic device is.
Okay. And just so we know, when you say extraction, do you mean taking the information off of that device to be able to utilize what you're looking at?
By extraction, yes. We don't take anything physically off of that device, but we make a copy of those items on that device and put it onto another, like electronic storage media. Okay. So we're not changing anything on the device. Okay. We have different methods that ensure that we have made a what we call a forensic copy of that device.
So it's essentially a copy of what was on that device.
Correct.
Okay. Can you, and you've done this a little bit, can you tell the jury how that's done? How does a technician take that copy from a cellular device and put it into another place?
Yeah, so we'll connect that electronic device up to like our computers and our forensic extraction software. We use things like write blockers to ensure that no information from our devices or our computer is transferred over to the cell phone. Once the once the data is extracted from that device, we'll go ahead and ensure that a copy has been made, a forensic copy. We do that through hash verification. There's two different ones that we use. One is MD5 hash, and the other one is SHA-256 hash. Essentially, what a hash is like a fingerprint of that electronic device. It just shows that we made a exact forensic copy of that content.
Okay.
Once that content is created, we transfer that to another electronic storage medium, whether that's a USB drive, whether that's just any kind of external media drive. And then we run a hash verification to ensure that that copy was not altered during that transfer process.
Okay.
That is typically what is done best practice.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what types of sidebar?
Okay. I don't know why he's wanting a sidebar now. My hair is getting tangled up in my hearing aid. That's irritating. Oh. Okay. I don't know if you heard that, Pop. How is everybody doing today? Appreciate you being here. I like this gentleman's explanation of the way that they transfer the data to the suspect's phone into their system for forensic evaluation. Maybe he needs to go on over to the Karen Reed trial. That's one of the cleanest explanations I've heard. It really is. I like him. We are on day 6 of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. Earlier, for those who were not with us, we gained access to the Supreme Court of
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Massachusetts, denying Karen Reed relief from the counts 1 and 3. They were trying to get them to overturn the judge's decision to allow her to be tried on counts 1 and 3. As the jury's members stated, that they did not find her guilty of counts 1 and 3, but
Okay.
because her
Agent
attorney
Durant, have
did
you
not object
previously performed digital analysis of cellular telephones?
at the time,
Yes.
he's going to be tried on all 3 counts again.
Have you previously performed analysis of social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that he be made an expert in the area of forensic analysis of digital devices.
You.
That's 4 hours. Sir, how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI for about 5.5 years, since September of 2019.
And in that time, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in court? Or have you?
I don't believe I've been qualified as one as per a digital evidence extraction. So I've been qualified in the areas of child investigation, like child crime investigations.
But as far as digital forensics, you have not been qualified previously.
No, I don't believe so.
Uh-oh.
And if we could go back to your training, if you would go over that again with me, specifically as it relates to digital forensics, what training do you have?
In terms of digital forensics, so I have two trainings that I attended to. One was the computer analyst response team technician. Essentially, that is the one that I explained that you kind of go out there and you're able to collect the electronic devices and then kind of take them back, prepare to do like the digital extraction portion.
Okay. And
So
how
he
long was
goes
that
when they
course?
serve the search
So that
warrant,
course
removes
was
the
2
item,
weeks.
takes it back to the
What other training do you have?
lab,
So
and then
I
does the
also
extraction.
am authorized as a digital evidence examination technician. Essentially, what that one is that's the actual like extraction process of being able to extract the data and search through the data for information, evidence of crime.
Did you go to a course for that?
Yes,
How long
Oh,
was
of
that
course
course?
he
it
did.
was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, so
Other-
both courses were 2
Okay.
weeks long.
You have specialized training in the software you're using?
In the software,
Yes.
yeah, we were shown how to use the software, and we use that software in our cases.
Uh-oh.
When you
This
say
may
you
not
were
be
shown
soft.
how to use the software, what type of training do you actually have with the software?
That was part of that training program where we actually get the software, we review what the software can do, and then we use that in order to extract digital evidence.
And your formal education background is a degree in finance and a degree in biomedical science.
Yes.
Anything, do you have any formal education as far as college or anything like that as it relates to digital forensics, downloading phones, so forth?
No college experience with that now.
Thank you. We approach.
Side by.
Side by, he does not have as much. I think he's the least qualified that we've ever heard of. Well, I take it back, excluding the Canton PD people, excluding them. I want to thank y'all for your understanding yesterday. Oh my gosh. I was so miserable and I did everything I could do to stay live. I went back and saw parts of the live where I had my glasses on. I'm like, but today, feeling good. This morning I got up, went to the, just your standard checkup. Everything's good.
Agent Grant,
Yes.
during the course of your career, how many of these digital forensic analysis have you performed?
I've extracted and analyzed, I would say, approximately 30 cell phones or mobile devices, kind of cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And in terms of computers, probably about another 20 for computers in terms of like laptops, external hard drives, and things like that.
General, what field were you asking if you had any qualified? Specifically,
In forensic analysis of digital devices.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. He'll be declared to be an expert in forensic analysis of digital devices
Thank you, Your Honor.
based on his training and his
Okay. So we're going to back up just a few questions back to the cellular. I believe you were testifying as to the cellular phone analysis and software that the FBI used. I believe we talked about the types of data that can be, and I think that was actually my next question. When we're talking about cellular phones or cellular devices, can you tell the jury what types of data can be obtained from an extraction of a cellular device?
Yes, so extractions of cellular devices can provide a lot of different data, such as images, videos, text messages. You could do web searches, GPS, pretty much anything that could be stored on a cell phone can be found through an extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And is every cell phone the same, or are you able to obtain duplicate copies of, like, say, two individuals have Facebook on their phones? Do you always get full records on each device, or can that be different depending on the device itself?
It really depends upon the device, depends upon what the software update is. If some have older software versus newer software updates, there's a lot of different factors that can play into what can be extracted from an electronic device. In terms of social media, when you're extracting social media information from the device, it's only the information that is found on it. So a lot of social media companies will store stuff in like the cloud or off of your cell phone. So when you do an extraction, you may only get a couple of days of social media conversations. You may get more, you may get less, you may not get any at all. It really just depends upon the extraction method used and the data that was stored on the actual electronic device.
Okay. Do you also, as part of your training and experience, also analyze social media extractions based on search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Do those tend to offer more information than pulling social media directly from a cellular device?
Yes. So information that you obtain through a search warrant for a social media company is going to have a more complete record of the conversations and the activity on that account, as opposed to one that is pulled from an electronic device.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why that is?
So kind of like I stated before, the information that you're going to get from an extraction of an electronic device is only going to be the information that's found on that device when you do the extraction. So, so one of the things that we do when we do an extraction is we put, like, for example, the cell phone in airplane mode. And in airplane mode, the cell phone is not able to communicate with any of the servers, the social media servers. So it's just whatever's on that device at that time is what you can get. However, when you do legal process through social media, they have access to all the information that they would store. All that information that would be on a cloud account can then be provided to law enforcement through legal process.
Okay. You may have already asked this when the judge asked you these questions. Have you previously performed a digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you also performed analysis of computers?
Yes.
And what about social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
And were you provided with digital extractions in the case we're here on today?
I was.
Okay. Do you know what types of digital extractions you were provided with?
Yes. So the two main ones were a few cell phone extractions as well as social media search warrant returns.
Okay. Were any of those directly linked to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What were you specifically asked to do with the information that you were given?
I was asked to review the social media search warrant proceeds from Ms. Boswell's Facebook account and Instagram account.
Okay. And tell us what proceeds are.
Proceeds. So when you submit a search warrant to social media companies, essentially what they send you back is the proceeds of that warrant. So when I say search warrant proceeds, I mean all the information that's Facebook or Instagram or any social media has provided the law enforcement officer.
Okay. And were you actually able to perform an analysis on the defendant's social media that was provided to you?
Yes, I reviewed both the Facebook and Instagram accounts.
Okay.
This is one reason why I hate social media. Once it's on there, it's forever. You can delete it, but it's never deleted from the server and the cloud. So don't do anything illegal and put it on social network. They'll find it. Thank you guys for joining me today. I greatly appreciate it. Oops, wrong way. There we go. I will do a separate live and we will continue going through the Karen Reed denial for basically she's petitioned the Supreme Court on Judge Bev's decision to continue to
Everyone stand, please.
for her to continue to be tried on counts 1 and 3. Don't know why the break. Okay. We can zoom. Oh no, this is an argument. They're going to argue something. Yay.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Yeah, my base plated. Thank you. I'm sorry for that wind noise. It's their air conditioning blowing on their microphones. Well, her hair looks like it was washed. Her bra strap's hanging off her shoulder. I'm sorry, I noticed those things. So, what's going on with this testimony? This gentleman has never been certified as an expert in court in phone data. I think what's going on. I don't think the defense is happy having him. That noise is killing me. Can y'all hear it? That I feel it. If I put it where the volume is good, it's banging on my ears. So one of the major reasons why Karen Reed's motion with the Supreme Court of Massachusetts was denied was because her attorneys did not object when they had the chance to Judge Bev releasing the jury without polling them on which count were they hung on. That is why they upheld Judge Bev's decision. What are we waiting on? Well, do you know what? I just realized we can Zoom.
And it should have been,
Record. Well, first, the state of Tennessee has fulfilled the notice requirement by filing a written notice of intent to introduce these documents, and we were not at any time notified by the defense that they were going to be opposing these. But also under Rule 902, it falls under a self-authenticating documents because it is records of regularly conducted activity. And the case law is clear that a self-authenticating affidavit is sufficient on being able to bring these records in.
judges, it relates to pretrial notice. My reading of Rule 12 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure
Uh-oh, here he goes.
basically sets out 5 things that must be raised pretrial: defects in the institution of the prosecution, defect in the indictment, so forth, motion to suppress, request for discovery, and a motion to sever. None of those things include this. I've objected because that affidavit is not an affidavit. It's a statement, and it should be sworn to in front of someone who is qualified to give an oath. And for it to qualify under 902, I think it has to be an actual affidavit sworn to by someone qualified to give an oath.
No, I'm not going down that road today.
Your Honor, if you would like, we would be happy to provide you with a case that allows for this document to be sufficient.
That judge is reading very intently.
It's on page 16.
Could I see it?
Yeah.
So you got that copy.
You have a copy for the defense.
I'm trying to find it. Yep.
Should always have 5 copies, one for each side, one for the clerk, one for the judge, and one extra. this people are going crazy over the Karen Reed. And I get it, but at the same time, y'all, it is what it is. Karen Reed is going to have to be retried on all counts. Again.
And looking at the written notice, the certificate of service signed by General Harper says that it was emailed to Defense Counsel on the 31st day of January 2025. It was filed February 3rd at the clerk's office. But it included a copy of this certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regulated protected activity. Mr. Scott is correct. There does not appear on this document a notary from the state of California. I do know that in every other respect that the certificate of authenticity complies with Code Rules 803, 6, and 902, 11. And the certificate of authenticity declares under penalty of perjury that the certificate is true and correct to the best of this person's knowledge. And it has the logo of Facebook on the document itself. And looking at the case that was handed up, State versus Benitez, 2022 Westlaw 123-1075. Quoting State versus Ferguson, 741 Southwest 2nd, 125, that the circumstances must only show with reasonable assurance the identity of the evidence. And the court satisfied that this certificate complies with that standard. So I'm going to overrule the objection and the state of evidence continue. We'll take about 10 more minutes of break. So
Thank you.
So he overruled the objection, so the defense lost.
Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell.
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing, I guess let me ask you this. Were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions as well as search warrant returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
Yes.
This prosecution driving me crazy. Takes forever for her to ask her questions. It's insane. There's a lot of dead time that's not necessary. She should have everything ready to go. She keeps hunting and searching. And I'm like, woman, get on the horse, kick it, and let's go.
Mhm.
I could probably
I'm gonna
put
pass
this
you
in.
2 pages here. Take a look and see if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay, and what is it?
So there are conversations that were located on Ms. Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay, and is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
Yes,
And who is the other person?
it is Haley Spiro.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes,
Okay, and can you tell me the date of that conversation?
this was on December 8th, 2019.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 231.
Objection. Broke up here for a second. There's no objection to 231, subject to the previous one.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Agent Durant, is this the conversation we were just discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what the defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
So the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, that's what he said to my prior objection.
I'm going to pass you 2 documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop,
Okay. And what's the date of that conversation?
December 18th, 2019.
Okay. And then for the second page that I handed you, who was the conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Roop.
And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232, for the December 27th date, exhibit number 233.
For the full exhibit subject to the defendant's prior objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Permission to publish. Okay, first we'll go to the December 18th message. Alexia Roop says, so I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL. And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another. And I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off and the only time I really had to meet.
And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation.
Mhm.
Alexia says to the defendant, you never sent it. And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, I honestly have to get a new one. have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social and you try that card? I put money on it again.
And then Alexia says, yeah, I can try. And what does the defendant say?
I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is.
Lie
I'm really
after
hoping you
lie
can get
after
that
lie.
prepaid
The
card.
baby's already dead. Like I said, she's slow as
There's your
molasses.
one page. And ask if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation from the Facebook warrant between Ms. Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? Let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Okay. Permission to publish. Okay. If you could tell us what the defendant says on January 13th of 2020.
So the defendant says, I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't know, so I was late to it.
Okay. And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, damn, that sucks. Effed up shit. You could prob call a retrial. And then what does Megan say?
I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know. And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
And you 2 pages. Ask you the same thing if you can recognize them.
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us what it is?
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Ms. Boswell.
Okay. And the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We would ask that be made exhibit number 235.
What was that?
January 26, 2020. Permission to publish. Okay. So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn? And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw. And what does Megan Boswell say?
She says she hates me.
Okay. May we approach our
This is a killer. Oh, why don't just zoom.
Okay, I'm going to pass you 2 pages. And ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
This was February 18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 236.
Be full to 236.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. For the first page of this, I'm trying to get a little bit bigger. Can you just read to the jury what the defendant says on February 18th of 2020?
So the first message that comes through is hello, question mark. The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
And is that conversation?
Oh,
Make it smaller.
nap,
Okay.
but true.
And then for the record, there's a photograph there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the defendant say after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last weekend, and then follows up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business, though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay. I'm going to leave that up for just a second because I want to ask you some questions about
Oh my
this
gosh.
photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th, 2020. Is that right? And
Yes.
that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that that picture is an old picture?
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant
Metadata.
proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Okay.
Y'all. How this girl is not pleading guilty and putting everybody through this, I do not know. Good morning, Penny. Good morning, Journey. We appreciate you being here. Sorry, I'm just now
Same thing.
acknowledging
I'm going to ask
you.
if you're able to identify that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's a conversation between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Christian Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237. Says it.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to make this one a little bit bigger. Christian Arnett says, honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
Okay, pass your document. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
This was a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood.
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay, and is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th, 2019.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
What was it, 238, something, sorry, what was it?
And permission to publish. Okay. You can just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. And then follows on with, hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked and he's going to stay home. And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now. And Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
How would 15-month-old be able to make a decision to come home with her or stay with daddy? I mean, she may cry for a minute and then out the door and in the car, and then she's on to something different. That doesn't make sense. A baby can't make a decision. Don't know how to. That's crazy, y'all. I struggle with that. Madam, can you move any faster? Oh, this is worse than pulling teeth. 4 minutes?
What does,
God, 4 minutes between a question?
are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood.
Hunter Wood. Yes.
Okay. And is there a date on that?
who is in a psychological hospital
Conversation.
right now?
Yes. February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
He collected exhibit 240, subject to what's not
Permission to publish.
So what's
So, we're
happening
going through it page by page.
is she
Okay.
has to show the defense. The defense has to agree to it. They agree
What
to it.
does
Then she has to
Megan
get a
Boswell start
number
out saying
and then
February
she can
22nd,
publish.
2020.
ever.
The defendant states, hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me.
And Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment.
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me though?
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And what does the defendant say?
Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing.
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely.
That doesn't sound like somebody that unalived a
And
baby.
what does, I'll scroll down in a second. What does the defendant say in response to that?
Hunter, I have full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom? ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone. And I hope you can understand that.
Okay, I'll move that up a little bit, and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all, please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay. Oh, this one's smaller. Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page. What is she saying?
So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it.
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell Dad will take me.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother.
And Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to do. And what does the defendant say?
Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is.
And Hunter says, the leading TBI agent. What does the defendant say?
I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him.
This is
And what does the
getting more and
defendant
more
say?
convoluted.
Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River.
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information.
Okay. And what does she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
This is the last page. I might have to make this a little bit bigger. Then Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
She said my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?
Okay. And then what does she say? I'll move that up a little bit. Where it starts, Hunter, please.
Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continues, says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City with the cops. Hunter, if she dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. And she says, hey, TPI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, are you up? ?
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Wow. Like I said, like I said, ever between they take so long. Are we in lunch break? Okay. They're now taking lunch break. It takes them so long and it irritates the snot out of me between questions. There is no sense of drive or need to get this done. I think the judge is funny. He said we need to be making our Christmas list. We're going to be here that long. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, so now I'm going to go over to the other trial while we're in lunch. Let's go here. Being biggin. There we go. All right, let's go on over here. She's going to get back. The sister to Fabio.
After the date.
This is Fabio's sister in the Monica Simatilli trial.
Left off, you were going to review your text communications with Monica after the date that Fabio was killed until January to June when Monica was arrested. Did you have an opportunity to do that?
I did my best, yes.
Okay. And as we discussed, there were hundreds of texts
Yes, there
between
were.
you two.
Yes.
I had asked you yesterday whether Monica ever sent you in all those hundreds of texts, whether she ever sent you any text where she complained about collecting insurance money or insurance. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And did reviewing those texts between the two of you refresh your recollection as to whether Monica ever sent you any texts like that?
Yes, I found 6 pages
Okay.
that make reference to financial woes. And as well as I'd like to add that my correspondence with Monica were not just by text. I spent a lot of time there.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd object. It's non-responsive.
Responsive, sustained.
Thank you. If we could move to just have stricken. Thank you.
Starting with, if I may add, is stricken.
Thank you. Ms. Simontilli, when you say there were 6 texts, what
6 pages.
6 pages. What you're referring to are is a text string where you initiated a text to Monica on May 24th, asking her if she'd be okay with Marco, your common law husband, writing a letter for her to send. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you initiated that text on May 24th, correct?
In response to our discussions.
Okay. But you weren't responding to any text discussions, correct?
That's not the only means of communication I had with Monica.
Okay. But you sent Monica a text on May 24th, did you not, where you said that if you're okay with this, referring to Marco, he's going to have his lawyer draft a letter regarding the fact that you are under financial duress. And then he's going to email it to you, and then you own it. at which point you send it to the insurance company and to the police captain department. Put them on notice, and then you'll see what happens. You wrote that text, correct?
I wrote that text.
Okay. Your Honor, if we may mark as Exhibit 608, a 3-page text string between Morella at 4165 and Monica.
She needs to get that out of her vocabulary.
And you
I'm tired of
initiated
that.
that text on May 24th, correct?
Yes.
At 8:12 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then you followed that text with another text on page 2 of Exhibit 608, where you told Monica, Marco said, don't waste your breath anymore. Send everything in an email. Create a paper trail. Did you write that to her?
Yes, in response to her financial woes.
And she responded, LOL, just got detective and captain email address today. I said I forget and get confused, and I want all info through email. I told him we were going to be.
Okay. Adrian, and you should stop being mean. Bye. Let me tell you something. A professional attorney are learned speakers. And that constant in an ear of someone with hearing aids feels like a freaking pencil hitting my eardrum. I'm being real. I cannot like an attorney. I have a right to not like how an attorney acts, behaves, or talks. And goodbye. Because guess what? I no longer put up with this. I ban and block people like you. If you don't want to be here, hit the door. I'm tired of it. We sit here for weeks, months, listening to this. And that, I have a right to come on if I want to. And I know this is pissing people off. And I don't, at this point, I do care. But at the same time, I have a right to my opinion. And this is my channel. And just like with the other case, I'm complaining about a baby Evelyn case, about how the attorney, district attorney, takes 5 minutes between each question. She should be on the ball. This is the kind of stuff that drives people like us crazy. And I have a right to comment on it. Enjoy the block party. Haley Mouse, thank you for everything. I appreciate you. I know this week I have zero tolerance. This week I'm just I've read too many bad BS stuff lately for me to really care right now. I want my channel to grow and I want all of us to have a good time, but what she did was far worse than what I'm doing. All right, guys. I just did see, the thing is, part of being an attorney is being able to speak in public. Part of being an attorney is being efficient and proficient in your job. And if you're not being that, I'm going to call you on it. And if you're being fabulous and doing everything right, not everything, because no one's perfect. But if you do something phenomenal, I'm going to call you on it and say, hey, good, go girl, go guy, whatever. But my sound is so amplified into my ears that that heart attack in that word is like a knife to my drums. And I don't know how other to say that, and hearing people do not or non-hearing aid wearers do not have that problem, but I do. Let's get back to her testimony. I feel for her. This is her 3rd day on
Be
the
homeless,
stand.
and he said a few more weeks. But yes,
Oh, I
please
just
send
lost
me
some.
anything I can use. She said that to you, correct?
Correct. And this is the conversation with her financial woes.
I'm sorry. I just asked you if
I'd like to answer the question.
well, my question was, did she send that to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And you then sent her the following text. Okay, send him information such as insurance information, any names you might have at the insurance company, phone numbers or address, detective's name, precinct or address of police station, phone number and names, and of course, all their email addresses via email to marco@rosewatergroup.com. If it's faster, you could take pictures of letter heads and send pic to 416.
Yes, you are, Haley.
Wants to help you with this. You sent that text, correct?
Yes.
And Monica responds on page 3 of 608. Okay, I'll send what
Haley Mouse,
info
go
I
to
have
Discord.
tomorrow, but I want to see it before it is sent to anyone. Did she tell you that in the text?
In a text message? Yes.
Okay. And then you responded to her, Miss Simontilli, at 8:39. As I said in the first email, he is going to email you the letter. We need the info to properly compose the letter, but we are not sending it to anyone. He wants to send you an effectively written letter that you will have to own it from you to them. You said that, correct?
Correct.
And Monica had sent you other text messages throughout this same period, updating you and telling you about her frustrations with the investigation having to do with finding the killers, correct?
Correct.
And she communicated those conversations through text as well, correct?
Not specifically finding the killers, giving her information. She was looking for information.
Information about the investigation?
Exactly.
Okay. And information about what the progress had been on solving the case.
And what was holding up the letter?
She texted you about something about holding up a letter?
Yes, the letter releasing her as a suspect.
And where was that text? You have that?
Never
text?
came.
Not
I never
in
got
those
one.
exact words, but
Okay.
there is a text where she said she's going to start from the detective Parshall all the way up to the mayor
Okay.
to get answers.
But that's about solving the case, correct?
No, that's about getting answers.
Okay.
That's about getting her the document, clearing her as a suspect so she could get her money.
A one-page
That's what that's about.
text. From Cellulite Extraction, dated 5/16/17. And showing you these texts. Ms. Simontilli, am I correct that Monica sent you a text on 5/16/17 at 2:03 letting you know that detectives from Knock Knock Burglary Task Force coming to see me Thursday at 11 a.m. Exclamation point. They may have some pics and also maps to show me other homes hid in the area and what routes Fabio takes home usually. Did she send you that text?
Yes.
And did she follow that with a text that same day at 1:48 telling you, I was so angry Monday morning on phone with detective. Told him I'm coming to station with a news crew if I have to and work my way up the chain. His captain, captain's boss, all the way to the mayor if I have to. This is fucking ridiculous. No answers. His captain called me and said they will be there Thursday but can't discuss investigation. They say they will solve this, but don't give me anything. Did she tell you that?
Yes.
And that's nothing about getting any letter, correct?
As I said, our communication was in many forms, not just text messaging.
Ms. Simontilli, you testified earlier about Monica being late for an appointment one day because she was at a car dealership buying a brand new Fiat. I believe you testified, and saying that she'd gotten a great deal. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But you were aware at that time, were you not, that your niece Bella had been in a traffic accident where she had totaled her Fiat? Were you not?
Yes.
Okay. And this was in May of 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that the car was insured and that they were replacing the Fiat, correct?
I wasn't sure who was replacing it. All I knew is that she went and got her a new car.
Okay. But you were aware she wasn't buying a new car, the insurance company, she was replacing Bella's Fiat with a replacement Fiat, correct?
I didn't know the details.
Ms. Simontilli, you also testified about this situation with Fabio's ashes in Canada in a family crypt. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said Fabio would have wanted to be buried in Canada, would wanted to be up there, correct?
I think he always wanted to come home alive, but I'm not sure about buried. I never talked about it with him.
I thought you testified that he would have wanted to be home.
He wanted to be coming home. Yes.
Okay. And you had earlier testified there was this situation where you were present when Luigi and Jessica and Bella consented to having him cremated, correct?
Correct.
And now Monica never cremated him in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there was a full autopsy of Fabio after he died, correct?
Sustained.
Were you aware that there had been an autopsy of Fabio?
Sustained.
Was it your understanding that Fabio had been autopsied?
Sustained.
Ms. Simontilli, Monica brought Fabio's body back to Canada, correct?
Yes.
And there were services for him up there. There was a viewing before he was cremated, correct?
Yes.
And then he was cremated, and you all, you visited the crypt where he was kept?
All the time.
Yes. And Monica visited the cemetery as well?
Not that I know of.
You weren't with her when you visited the remains with him?
When we laid his remains, she was there.
And am I correct that you have never requested that his remains at any time be moved, correct?
I can't do that.
You can't request it?
No. I'm not the signee or the next of kin, and it's her name. And unless she makes that change, he will be there permanently.
Have you ever made any effort to contact Jessica or Bella, his daughters, his next of kin, about moving his body?
I will eventually, yes.
You
After
will
the trial,
eventually.
yes.
But you were aware that only 4.5
Yeah.
months after Fabio was killed, Monica was arrested, correct?
Yes,
And she hasn't been in Canada for 7.5 years, correct?
correct.
No.
And you have remained close with your nieces, Bella and Jessica?
No,
You have come down and visited them?
no.
Is there any reason not?
Yeah.
It breaks my heart to have to say this, but they were very disrespectful. They were unfortunately asked to not communicate with us with regards to anything about my brother.
Objection calls for hearsay speculation.
So stay on the second round.
I had asked for some property of my brother's for my mom. My mom was asking about some things she wanted that she didn't have anything to remember her son by. And they replied to me so many rude times saying that it belongs to their mother and that not sending anything to my mother. And I tried to reach out. There was just so many times where they never replied to me. They didn't welcome me. I came to pre-trials. They didn't want to see me. And their mother, their
Little
grandmother
witches.
and aunt were there all the time right after the arrest.
Entitled little people.
So I had a very hard time getting through or getting to visit them.
When did you ever reach out and try to see them when you were down here?
Early part of the arrest.
And did you do that by phone or email or text?
All the above.
Probably text or phone, yes, or through their aunt or through Deborah Obad.
And
I tried everything I could in my power before I got the message that they don't want to see me.
And you have those messages?
No, I probably don't have them. They might have erased it. So I don't have stuff like that.
Well, they couldn't erase messages from your phone, correct?
I don't have the messages.
Okay. And isn't it a fact, Ms. Simontilli, that you have sent derogatory and inappropriate texts repeatedly to both Jess and Bella about their mother?
Out.
It is.
Let me be specific. Isn't it
Out.
true, Ms. Simontilli, that you sent Jessica Simontilli a text where you referred to her as a bitch and a cunt?
No.
See you next Tuesday was not on my vocabulary list.
Redirect.
Oh, thank you very much for getting me demonetized. I really appreciate that. Hope you had a good time doing that. I'm going to have to go take care of it before they take care of it for me. Yeah, I'm demonetized now.
When you tried to help the
You guys,
defendant,
we have reached 2,800 subscribers. All right, let's see if we can get me to 3,000 by the end of the month. Oh my God, you're awesome. Yay. Good news. I needed it.
by having Marco write a letter for her to use if she wished. At that,
I don't know.
We're going to
At that
see. I'm not going to turn it off. We're going to
when
see if they
you
catch it
sent-
because we're 3 hours
When
in.
you agreed to assist the defendant
Maybe not.
by having Marco draft a letter for her to use.
Again, counsel, I will hear the entire question.
Counsel.
As she wished, did you have any idea at that time that she had been having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were fooled by the defendant?
Relevant argument.
Sustained.
You also talked, you were asked yesterday about the defendant's family initially not liking Fabio at the beginning. Would it be fair to say that they certainly wouldn't approve?
What in the heck?
Law enforcement telling them
I don't know.
response to you to send her.
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
And did you do that by phone? Say speculation.
Sustain on the second ground.
Getting to visit them.
When did you ever reach out and try to see repeatedly to both Jess and Bella
Okay,
about
we're
their
gonna-
mother?
Do it here. That's good. Sorry.
It is.
Let me be specific.
Please.
Isn't it true, Ms. Simontilli, that you sent Jessica Simontilli a text where you referred to her as a bitch and a cunt?
No.
All right. Get the sensor up fast enough.
Redirect.
Couldn't get it up fast enough. Sorry. Okay, good. We are now coming back into the Evelyn baby, and we're going to hold this right where it is for the next break because we're going back to redirect, and I want to see that. That was a harsh cross-examination on her.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. May I please have exhibit number 79? Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. I'm going to pass you two documents. One has previously been marked as Exhibit 79.
Just to recap, we have the
For the one
phone
that's
forensic.
not marked, I'm going to ask if you
expert.
recognize that.
I do.
Okay, I'm going to read it. We have the FBI Special Agent Paul Durant. He is a digital expert, barely. It was a fight to get him in.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It was a image found on the social media returns of Megan and Hunter at Blowing Rock.
Okay. And based upon your analysis, were you able to determine a date of that photograph being taken?
Yeah, according to the search warrant proceeds, it was taken on or about January 20th of 2020. 2020.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that that photograph be made exhibit number 241.
Subject
Subject to your prior room, yes, sir.
We exhibit 241, subject to court department.
And did you also recognize the exhibit that I handed up along with that?
Of the message?
Yes.
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so is this the photograph you were referencing
Yes.
a few moments ago, dated January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Is that right? And based upon your work on this investigation, are you able to identify who the individuals are in this photograph?
It
Aw.
appears to be the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. It's kind of difficult to see it, but
Okay.
it's believed to be Hunter Wood.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit more difficult on these screens.
Mhm.
Okay, and then previously marked exhibit number 79. Did you also locate that in your analysis of the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes, this appears to have been a message sent on Instagram from the defendant to Bailey.
Okay, and was that also on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, were these sent together? Are you aware if they were sent together or not?
Yes, I think the photo came through first, and then the message came through right after the photo, but they were sent pretty much at the same time.
Okay.
Oh,
When I pass all
sunny
three up to you,
day.
go through one at a time.
Okay.
Hello, babe.
Do you recognize each of those photographs?
I do.
Okay. And we'll go through them one at a time. The first photograph, what is that photograph of?
The first one I have is of essentially an image of a house
Okay.
with the text, "So excited for our new home." It appears that Hunter is in that photo.
Okay. And were you able to determine the date that that photo was taken?
Yeah, so this one was taken on or about February the 16th.
Okay. Your Honor, we would ask that be made exhibit number 242.
Exhibit 242, subject to court department.
And again, that came from the defendant's social media extraction.
Yes.
Okay.
So on Instagram.
Okay. On Instagram. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. And is this the photo that you were referencing from February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Nice home.
Okay. You can tell me the next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption, "Picking out furniture for our new house," heart emoji.
Okay. And were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
Yes. So this was posted. This appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay. So for both of the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave.
They appeared to be posted
Okay.
according to the proceeds.
And posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
243.
And permission to publish. This one. Okay. So the photo you're referencing is being posted on February 17th of 2020
Yes.
on the
Good
defendant's
girl.
Instagram.
Yes.
And then you've got one more photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Lay
Okay,
down.
Can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture. It appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says, "So proud of my baby!" Exclamation point. New 2020 High Country.
Okay, and are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, this appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay, and did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, we asked that be exhibit number 244.
Full exhibit 244, pursuant to court order.
And permission to publish.
Go ahead.
So is this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. One second. Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes,
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
Thank you, Haley.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications, a pattern of behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes. So in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages every day from November 1st and onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique,
Good for you.
like new unique images of Evelyn
for
were seen
you.
afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay, all right, thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
Just a minute, Judge.
You may.
No questions.
Is he free to go, or does he need to be subject to recall?
There's a potential for recall, but if so, we will get in touch with him and let him know.
Agent Durant, you're finished right now with your testimony. You are being subject to recall. You don't have to sit here at the courthouse, but make sure they can get a hold of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn next.
State recall Marla Gray.
What did we learn from him?
Marla Gray.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth.
Uh-oh, she's got a big bag. She's got a big bag and a special pen. Wonder who she's with. Let's see.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marla Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
Yep, I
And
knew that
what
was
is your
going to be
position there
it.
with TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I have also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis, and interpretation.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you've performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that
No
you're able to use in the
certifications?
performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And is this equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree. She's an expert.
Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Butcher paper is put out.
Okay. And
And so on and so on and so on and so on.
Within the lab.
Yes. So when evidence comes in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
All right. And I assume that you make sure that evidence before you perform any testing is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes.
Correct.
Before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. That be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March the 4th of 2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that it was sent to you?
For this first batch of items, the Evelyn had not been found yet. So these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
Okay. So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn, bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because babies drool. So I thought that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed. So her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item you mentioned that you were looking for drool? Which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the neck area. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least two individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also in looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to.
Yes, hair clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection. Exhibit 245.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item is going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as latent fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document, ask if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay. So that just reflects the fact that they did in fact collect swabs from the trash can. Is that
Yes.
correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246.
Objection?
No, sir.
P-246.
All right. Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition. And they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted and it matched.
Okay. So you were able to perform testing on those items that you've previously been unable to.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items, the first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report March 11th?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Item 1D, sorry.
Yeah, that was the pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the pants that have been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, but the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 3 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of co-mingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't have been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome. And in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that
Correct.
correct?
It was too low to do any comparisons with.
Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing
Yes.
in this report. Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared of your findings
Yes.
on that day? Judge, move to make that exhibit number 247.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Before we take it, 347.
The next results that you reported, those would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020. The items there were ones that were taken from the trash can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified in the report as Exhibit 7A. Did you perform testing on that
I
item?
did. Yes, I
Okay.
did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray exhibit number 197? Should be a bag, small bag. Agent Gray, will you take a look at that and see if you recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit 7A, which is the chewed gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that unique laboratory case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
Do you recognize your initials there on that item?
Yes,
All right. Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other profiles besides that?
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay.
That means you're screwed.
And thank you. If we could hand her exhibit number 217. Again, should be a bag.
It says blue gloves.
Yes, do you recognize what's been handed to you?
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I work this or not.
Okay, all right. Hand that back for a second. I'm gonna come back to that.
I like the way he says that.
Would you
I'm gonna
hand her
come back
exhibit
to that.
You recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the seal that I placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
All right. So you were not able to form any kind of profile at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone. Is that
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And can we next hand her exhibit number 200? You recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. It also had World Pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
And if we could next hand her exhibit 211. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell with World Pop stats.
No
I
other
got to take a
profiles on that
comfort break.
particular
I'll be
item?
listening.
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but nothing was, it was inconclusive.
Okay. Next, if we could hand her number 212. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This is my Exhibit 22A, which is a Misty water bottle. The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell with World Pop stats.
And next, we could hand you exhibits 213. I'm sorry. Let me pick up what were you just handed 213?
Yes,
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
that's okay. Yes, it is my exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode label and my seal that I put on it when I was complete.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And next, if we could hand her 223, which should be one of the pillows. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my seal with my ID on it.
And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result. So that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with World Pop stats, but the minor contributor profile was inconclusive. The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
All right. So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, from the center of the pillow.
We could hand her exhibit number 224 next. It also should be a pillow. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID. And down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested. The quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis. And the edges of the pillow were tested and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
We could hand her at 215 next. This be a bottle. You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed and the DNA profile matched exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile was consistent with exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode and my seal on the top.
And did you perform analysis on that item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item, but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work hair. The inside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was inconclusive. And the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
So no conclusive profiles on any of the
No.
gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves. Is
No.
that correct? Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to make the gloves as exhibit 248.
Any objection?
I guess she probably needs to, I don't think, did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those
Oh,
up?
yeah.
So we can-
This is the first glove, glove 1. It has a 1 on it. And this is glove number 2. Or sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
And those were the gloves that you tested?
Yes.
Testified to? Okay. Judge, I think we, 248. All right. I just want to make sure. Agent Gray, did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you a document. Let's see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that
Yes.
you issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 249.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Equal exhibit 249.
Now, Agent Gray, obviously you've tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value?
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front end because like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that? Now, let me ask you this way. Why was that item not initially worked by you?
Due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water. And what that does is it finds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, this is a accurate copy of my biology report dated April 22nd, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection? Yes, sir. Full exhibit 250.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting. Talk a little bit about the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
We received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining that are areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together. But I think there were 5 pieces in total.
Okay. If we could hand Agent Gray exhibits 201 and 203. One is that white box sitting right there. Yep.
Hey, y'all, I am frantically looking for my microphones for tonight. I'm still here. I'm panicking, but I'm here.
You recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay. And is that the foil sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
If you would, tell us what the results of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the latent print laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regard to the foil seeding?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
So this is a copy of my report dated March 12th, 2021.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the foil seeding you've just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 251. Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, there's also some additional material that was found in the trash bag, where the victim's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor. The other was a banana blueberry flavor. And then there was a tissue.
Kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
And what about the Gerber apple mango strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. And quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Could I see exhibit 164? I'm sorry, 214. I'm sorry, wrong number. 214. I want to see it first, please. Agent Graham, I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 214. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 37A, which is a tissue.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish brown stain. So I initially tested for the presence of blood, and presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile matched exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. using the expression world pop stats. What does that mean?
So right now, the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one that generated.
So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
This is a copy of my forensic biology report dated October 22nd, 2021.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as exhibits 252.
Full exhibit 252.
Okay.
Agent Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's violent crime response team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off the BCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for BCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
And specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the violent crime response team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes, I was.
All right. And specifically on February the 19th of 2020, did you go to Middlesboro, Kentucky to search a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
And subsequent to that, did you also receive a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Bluntville, Tennessee?
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Okay. Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. BCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Joe. Thank you, Agent Gray. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Could I see exhibit 249, please? No, it's the report. Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes. The inside of glove 1 had male DNA, And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropherogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile. You have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI. So it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body, they have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than the TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the glove, outside of glove 2's mentioned hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay. Did you make a note of, are they long hairs, are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe. The palm was shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any issue, nothing about length or anything else?
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Okay.
Hey guys, how you doing? Sorry, I am in the process of trying to get connected for tonight.
Talk about the pillow. I'm having a difficult time on this finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow had Evelyn Boswell's DNA on it. Is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
Could you tell if that came from saliva or what that came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did tested positive for what was indicated a luminescence. So it could have been sweat or saliva.
Okay. And it also had male DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Were those two mixed in the same spot, or?
Yes, it was the center area that I took a cutting from. So it would have been the same area.
Bear with me one second. And finally, there was a bottle, like a medicine bottle,
Yes,
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
it was exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 18A, that's what I'm looking for. And that item, it was tested and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not, but once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
If I could have just 1 minute, Judge. Ms. Gray, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Woods or Preston Hunter Woods DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Agent Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why didn't you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have drawn it. If I had submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
Thank you. That's all.
If I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
That's all.
She approved it.
She is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena. Starting next.
Statement called David Hoover.
Y'all, I'm in a panic. I am missing my portable microphones that are worth a hot minute. And I can't find them. Y'all, that ain't good. I'll have to look again later. But I do have a backup. It's not ideal. Nothing is ideal, but let me go turn off this hot light.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
David Hoover.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Seeker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, David Hoover.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Nashville Crime Laboratory in the latent fingerprint or latent print unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist.
And Agent Hoover, if you would kind of give the jury a brief overview of what your duties are there within the latent print division.
My duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
You mentioned the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI. And then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would, tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court qualified fingerprint examiners with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
How many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And
I hope it is good. I hope people will join me. I would hate.
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually
There would
see
be a
on TV.
no-show.
A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System. And they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation, 254 nanometer light, it will, the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes, I believe so.
Agent Hoover, have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification. Is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time, we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert. All right. You'd be declared to be an expert in the field of latent print and fingerprint identification.
Agent Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction-ridged skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner, when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcations, ridge endings, dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along and then it suddenly stops and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing, except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that, those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. Essentially what it describes, it's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Are latent prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. What all is
They can be fingerprints, there can be palm impressions. Your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing where you can actually develop feet footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. If you would talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there, and then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because as you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that rich flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface. Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody, because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
And does whether or not a surface is clean or dirty, does that affect?
That can also affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, you work at the lab in Nashville, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a process as far as processing evidence that comes into the lab there in Nashville?
Yes, we do.
If you would explain to the jury how that works.
So an agency will bring in a piece of evidence. It will go through our evidence receiving section, in which case that piece of evidence is given a specific lab number and an evidence number. If that lab number is already created, then that's another lab number, or excuse me, another evidence number. As it goes through, it's then the case is assigned to an individual. In this case, I would receive the case. In this situation, I would receive the case. And then I would go pick up that evidence from evidence receiving to then do my testing.
All right. And prior to testing any items, do you make sure that they have been secured and not tampered with in any way?
The evidence receiving unit is involved in that, and they have a vault in which it is stored in, and that only they have the opportunity to get to. Once I get the evidence, I make sure that the evidence is it is in a sealed condition in some way, and then I go from there and then open it, process it from there.
All right. If we could at this time, I'd like to hand Agent Hoover exhibit number 196, trash can.
I got to. That's just too obnoxious.
My apologies.
There you go.
So this is the trash can that I received. It has our laboratory number. It has our exhibit number as well as my initials. This is the sticker that was on the side of the trash can. It also contains the exhibit number and my initials. And these are pieces of the rim of the trash can that I removed to be able to process better.
So at the time that you received the trash can there at the lab, the pieces that you just held up, they were attached.
Actually
It was a full-
attached. Yes, it was a full trash can with those pieces of the rim attached to it.
Okay, you removed them. They were not broken or anything like that. Is that
No,
correct?
they were not.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker. Is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer?
Yes,
That was on there.
yes, it was on the side of the trash can. It's a Sterilite sticker, manufacturer of the trash can.
Okay, and you removed that as well.
I did.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item, the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
Thank you. On that trash can, I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including super glue, dust, the Ruva system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim, especially the body itself. No, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker, I found a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay. Talk about the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm confident that it's probably a child's print. Some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people. But it was a very small print.
Certainly didn't. Would you say it was not the size of a normal man's hand? Well, okay. Oh. You've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the contributor.
I did compare it to Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint. And again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But well, on the date that your initial examination was done in the report,
My
it was
initial
issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
that was inconclusive to her because in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger, when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger,
That's
this
right.
part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be a copy of my report from April 2nd of 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit 253. Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good rolled prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints.
Okay.
At least in that tip area.
Sorry. Did you then attempt to, or speak with law enforcement in an attempt to get better prints of Miss Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Some women do. Not me.
And were you able to
I'm an octave.
do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
She had a teeny weeny, itsy bitsy, was it? Itsy bitsy teeny weeny, I don't know, palm.
And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
That's on them, boo.
And did you, Agent Hoover, did you prepare a finding in that regards?
I did.
Report? I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I did.
And what is it?
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit 254.
That's 254.
And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Miss Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce. And it essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it. So that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print or to try to lift that area of her finger and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you, again, prepare a report to reflect that you were unsuccessful?
I did.
I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you can identify that.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of a report from February the 8th of 2021.
And is that the report that reflects your latest attempt to make some sort of identification?
Yes, it does.
Is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 255. Agent Hoover, at that point, what did you speak with law enforcement about what needed to be done further?
I did.
Okay. And that you would kind of tell us how that conversation went.
I finally volunteered to come to Bluntville and fingerprint Ms. Boswell myself.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
All right. Were these prints that you obtained clear enough that you could make some sort of analysis or identification?
Yes, they were.
All right. And did you in fact make findings in that regard?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I was able to identify the fingerprint from the underneath the rim of the trash can to Megan
Lucky
Boswell's number
you.
2 or right index finger.
Hey, the mouse. This is when you want to go and commit a crime.
So that was, again, you found that underneath the
No.
rim of the trash can.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
And I hand you another document and ask you if you can identify it.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that exhibit 256. Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, we can.
I can't. I had to. Please accept my apologies, but we can't. My ears can't handle the bags.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
And he is not going to be gentle with the foil like the investigator was.
And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
Okay. What was your findings initially?
He's just double checking, making
My
sure.
initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report.
Yes, sir.
Why are you
that I
taking
did
it off
not
that way?
find
You pull
any
it from here.
fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
I wouldn't expect you would.
Talk about the challenges of trying to develop prints off of
That foil.
That foil.
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is
And when you
also
touch
very
it and you
detrimental to
open it and
fingerprint
flatten it, you
reproduction.
distort it.
The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
in
did.
regards to foil?
That doesn't
I'm gonna hand you a
surprise me at
document, ask
all.
if you can identify it.
The baby bottle would be one that would have prints, but not the foil.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
All right. Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 257.
Full exhibit, 50%.
Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
Okay. And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints. And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print I identified. You're right.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
So you had one print that there was no identification. You can't make any.
It wasn't useful for it. No.
Okay. And the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell.
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a report or document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It's another copy of my
Yes,
report
Haley
from
Mountain.
May the 6th, 2022.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work. And those included a candy wrapper and a bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever. Didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth.
Let's take a breather. Haley Mouse, and let me explain that. Currently, Hunter, the boyfriend at the time of the disappearance of little Evelyn, is now in a psych hospital. He's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and hearing voices. On cross-examination of his father, the defense tried to get it in by saying that, is it true that your son believes that putting foil on his head will stop the voices? Luckily, the prosecution objected and it was sustained. But the defense, the defense is saying that Hunter basically is alluding to Hunter's the one that unalived the baby because there was foil on the head. Well, she could have unalived the baby, put foil on the head to make it look like Hunter. The father says he had no knowledge of him saying that. That's true. Thank you, Haley Mouse. He had no knowledge. I was very surprised by an interview I saw with the defense's attorney after one of the day's trials, and they brought that up. And he said, "Oh, don't worry. We're going to bring it all around." So I'm all like, okay, let's see how you do that. But the foil on the baby's head is going to be crucial in this trial.
Folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you Exhibit 198. You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you could remove it, is that a black plastic bag?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, it did.
All right. And if you would tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
I like that he's changing gloves between each pieces of evidence. doing far better than anybody else has who's handled the evidence. They
On
kept the gloves on and just
17A,
passed all the things
I originally
around.
developed
So I
two
appreciate
identifiable
his
latent
due
fingerprints
diligence.
and one identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the two
Y'all, it's 2:00 here. I'm going to go grab our lunch. I'm listening.
identifiable
You're right back.
latent fingerprints?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified one to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and one to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
And what about the latent impression?
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings
I did.
on that day? I hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of 22.
And is that a true and accurate copy
Yes,
of your report?
it appears to be.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
Full exhibit 250.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you on this particular case?
The only other thing was the
My son is treating me today.
that latent
It's his
impression I
birthday
eventually
tomorrow.
determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
Well, the good news is it's all been processed. The testing's been done. But I just guess I'm kind of been in the clinical area and I appreciate his due diligence. Even though he's in a courtroom, he is still new gloves, new evidence. It's great. I appreciate that a lot. This poor guy didn't have really any definitive fingerprints yet that I heard of. And I would think with all that evidence, but unfortunately, decay and bodily fluids and all kinds of stuff was all over that evidence. So that could also distort or remove. Now, someone was arguing me the other day. Oh, go ahead, Sensei. Over the foil. When you roll the foil out, it's flat. Right? So that, as long as it stayed in that state, your fingerprint would be fine. But it was crinkled and formed around something. Those fingerprints are there. But it's in a crumpled state, so it's not a smooth surface. So it's going to distort. You can't lift them. Then they took that off of the baby's head and then they flattened it out, which further distorts any potential evidence of a fingerprint. That is why I was so not surprised. It's too manipulated, unfortunately.
And that was from the black
Plastic
bag.
trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
What?
Who I'm going to hand you a document in that regard.
Okay.
Did you already have that on? Did I?
Look at 258. I wrote down it was May 6th, 2022.
I could. I mean, it may, that may be. Is that the same? That may be the same one, Judge. Which, does he have the one I just handed him?
Yeah, but
That's-
there's just so many fingerprint possibilities, and they're not finding them.
that's- okay. Agent Hoover, of all the exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified? Any other prints that you were able to develop?
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
All right,
That
you
could have
believe
been the
it's
baby.
a child, is that right?
It,
That's what he said.
He said it was like a small child.
Sidebar.
Did y'all hear that? We got a sidebar.
So again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print from the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
on the sticker, correct.
And baseball print from the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
On the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual.
Very small.
But I do not believe it's from a normal sized adult.
A little person.
Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer any questions.
A little person. I have a friend who's a little person. Absolutely adore her. He's got some big hands.
During the break, please do not.
All individual.
They's on a short break, so we're going to hop on back over to the Cinematili. God, I keep doing it. Cinematili.
When you tried to help the defendant by having Marco write a letter for her to use if she wished, at that
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
when you when you agreed to assist the defendant by having Marco draft a letter for her to use.
Again, counsel, I will hear the entire question.
He has said that
As
so
she
many times.
wished, did
I'm
you have
surprised he's
any
not
idea
threatening her
at
with
that
contempt.
time that she had been having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were fooled by the defendant?
Relevant argument.
Sustained.
She is one
You also
upset
talked,
woman.
you were asked yesterday about the defendant's family initially not liking Fabio at the beginning. would it be fair to say that they certainly wouldn't approve of Robert Baker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Untimely.
Had you and Antonio Quinteri met with Fabio on many prior occasions prior to that last time that you came to Los Angeles?
Yes, correct.
She
You were
will
asked
not look
about
at the
whether or
defendant
not
unless she has
the
to.
defendant wanted to move, and you said eventually she did want to move, but not at the beginning. When the defendant eventually told you that she wanted to move and you went looking at a house with her, did she tell you why she wanted to move at that point in time?
So ruled.
She wanted to move because she was looking for a smaller home that was less money.
That's a good reason.
Did she ever ask you to look with her at homes back in the Toronto area?
No, never.
When you went through the hundreds of text messages that defense counsel asked you to look at, did you find text messages regarding the defendant's meetings that she had with the state lawyers that she texted you about?
So ruled.
Yes.
And did she also send you text messages about how much paperwork she had to fill out in order to collect the life insurance?
Objection. This states the evidence.
So ruled.
Yes, it was on the text messages.
The text messages where yesterday it was represented that none of them had anything to do with money, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You know, on the first page, and again, we don't know what came before this. I don't know if it was a conversation or another text. Is this a message from Monica asking you to send her contact information for someone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was for?
What date was that?
This date is 5/24.
It may have been the Canadian Hairdresser magazine.
Coordinator?
Yes,
For the award
yes,
ceremony?
yes.
And with respect to the text message that was pointed out to you by defense counsel from you to the defendant, where you said, and then you own it, what does that mean?
Every time we had a discussion, I just wanted to tell her that Marco would help draft it and then she would own it, meaning she could do with it whatever she wanted to before she sent it off.
Okay. In other words, she could make edits,
Yes,
she could send it, she could not send it.
exactly.
Objection.
I will allow it.
And this is with respect to your telling her that she can send it to the insurance company, to the police department, in order to put them on notice and see what happens.
Correct, because she was always telling us constantly that it was a problem for her.
It is.
That,
Excuse me, sustain.
And was this in response to statements made by the defendant where she was telling you that she was having a problem obtaining the life insurance proceeds because law enforcement had cleared her?
Correct.
And on the following page, there's a 114 at the bottom of the page. Does this appear to be a text from Monica to you?
Yes.
LOL, what does that mean?
Laugh out loud.
Just got detective and captain email address today. I said I forget and get confused. And I want all info through email. Objection, this has been asked and answered.
Not across.
It's the same email. It was in-
Ooh, snap it.
And here, did you indicate, did she indicate to you that basically she's lying to law enforcement and telling
Objection,
them
argument.
I don't know. I'll pick that
she
up.
forgot and gets confused, and that's why she wants it all sent through her email?
Totally.
Correct.
And then, just as you stated earlier, the defendant says, I told him we're going to be homeless.
Yes, she told us that many times.
And then in the last line, she says, yes, please send me anything I can use, correct?
Correct.
And then on the last page where the bottom says 115, after you sent the whatever text you had back and forth, is this a text message from the defendant to you?
Correct.
That will be a big help. I will text him pictures of the information. Thank you.
Yes.
So in other words, she's going to send pictures of the information that you and she discussed so that Marco could assist her in drafting. Please, opening comments. And then on exhibit 609, once again, is this a message from the defendant to you, detectives from Knock Knock Burglary Task Force coming to see me Thursday at 11 a.m. exclamation point?
Yes.
They might have some pics and maps
Yes.
to show me other homes in the area and what routes Fabio takes home usually.
Yes, she did.
And beneath that, did she tell you, is this an email or a text message from her to you on, looks like, I think it's May 15th.
I see 16.
May 16th.
Yes.
I was so angry Monday morning on phone with detective, told him I'm coming into station with a news crew if I have to.
Yes.
And she's talking about how the detectives won't provide her information regarding what evidence they have, and that, in her words, it's fucking ridiculous.
Correct.
Objection, Ms. Stacy.
Sure.
Please,
It
Matt.
says right here, this is fucking ridiculous, correct?
Correct.
What she's referring to, Ron.
Totally.
And that they can't discuss the investigation. Correct?
Yes.
So you, at this point in time, were trying to
Pasta.
assist your sister-in-law
Not
and
pizza.
your nieces in obtaining Fabio's life insurance money.
Correct.
And you believed at that point in time her stories that she might wind up being homeless.
Objection, speculation, argument,
It goes to her state of mind on why she's assisted.
irrelevant.
To stand on those grounds.
You agreed to assist her because you believed her stories. Is that correct?
Same objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm gonna allow that.
Correct.
And in terms of who brought Fabio's back to Canada, that was something Wella did, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing for you.
Anything on recross?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, gosh, here we go.
Showing you what will be marked as defense.
I'm sorry, nothing will be
I'm
marked.
sorry, Your Honor. May I mark, if the court pleases, defense exhibit 610, which is a text sent on February 13, 2017 from Monica to Morella.
Yes.
Ma'am, you testified earlier that I believe Monica had previously referenced filling out paperwork to specifically paperwork to collect insurance proceeds.
Mm.
Did you say that?
Paperwork.
At work.
Well, Ms. Silverman specifically said in order to get insurance, about insurance proceeds, correct?
Can you elaborate on that question? When did I say that and where?
Just a few minutes ago, Ms. Silverman.
She's
talked to you
exhausted.
about
This is
previous
called
texts
witness fatigue.
that referenced paperwork specifically related to insurance money.
Discussions, not texts.
Okay,
She had discussions and many means of communication with me.
okay. So this is a text
Just a moment.
that is the only reference to paperwork. Between you two.
Counsel's testifying.
That last part is testimony.
Okay. This is a text between you and Monica about paperwork, correct?
Correct.
And this text says, thank you, don't know dates for New York yet. Bella will work on that to see when orientations are. Anna is here till Sunday. Now, the first part of the text, Monica's talking to you about coming to New York for your daughter's graduation from medical school, correct? And
Ooh,
she, in fact,
congratulations
did come
to
New
you.
York for your daughter's graduation from medical school, correct?
She did, yes.
And the text goes on, I'm meeting with the estate lawyer Thursday, and from there, I should know when I'm coming back, probably week after, for a few days. So no need to come here till after I get back, anytime you like or can. That's about you coming back to visit at some time later?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And she says, so much paperwork, still feels like he's just away for work. Love you guys, bound forever, correct?
Yes.
There's nowhere in that text where she talks about paperwork for life insurance proceeds, correct?
Not specifically, no.
This is Pizza Hut mac and cheese. It's good.
And finally, Ms. Silverman pointed out
No jalapenos for me. They kill me.
one of
They don't like me.
Monica's text to you about
The rest is good.
her frustrations with the investigation. Do you recall that?
Council record, you have, what on the projector?
609?
Thank you.
Yes. But am I right? She's talking to you about the criminal investigation, correct?
And that's all she wrote, y'all. I'm full for the moment.
In this text message, yes.
And nowhere in there is she talking about any letter for life insurance, correct?
Not in this text message.
And in fact, she tells you in this text message that the detectives are representing to her that they are going to solve the case.
Yes.
And not a word about life insurance, correct?
Not in this text message.
Nothing. Yes.
Just prior.
You guys, I just want to remind you and those who may not know, we are going to have a special guest tonight, 7:00. His name is Alan Deal Jr., addict to athlete. He went to prison. He is got a wonderful testimony. We're going to talk about his testimony, but we're also going to talk about his prison experience and the realities of prison as an inmate. And we're going to talk about, a lot of things that happen in the men's prison, but it parallels women's as well. And one of the things I wanted to talk about was the mental effect of jail and prison. And, Wade Wilson, he went in, face was clean, no tattoos. Soon as he went into jail, he was covered in tattoos. Just kind of discuss some of those kind of things. But I really wanted to give this man an opportunity to share because it's an amazing story. And I want to support him in his desire to share. And he's got a huge following on, I think it's Instagram, TikTok, something like that. And so he will be learning how to do what I do. I'm going to teach and share and mentor him. But he's a great guy. So why don't y'all please come back at 7:00 and we will be having a great interview with him. Great time with him.
The portion you were shown on 610.
That's right. You can. I forgot about that.
On February 13th.
Yes, you can.
12:45 p.m. Is this a message that you sent to Monica?
Yes, it is.
And in this message, you're basically telling her, "Hi, honey. Please know we love you. Wish we could be with you and the girls. Let me know if you want company, and you can come from Saturday to Wednesday to visit."
Correct.
And also telling her.
Sorry, guys. The other court is back in session. Depends how late we go with him. I may continue today's catch up on the cemetilly. I want to call it cementilly trial.
They bring the jury.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
We had a good
Ready
day.
seated, thank you.
It was a good day. We had a good day.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you
Hello.
about that palm print that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report exhibit number 253 that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals, yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which, like, those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon, in your opinion, for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home.
No, that's common.
As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you find of Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, I cannot.
It's possible it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
And again, you have no knowledge one way or the other if the print was, when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in a case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
What do you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, you may take it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will stay on a surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
Give me just a second. Let me ask you about latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone would do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Nothing further, Judge.
Is he free to go?
He is for the state.
Is he free to go?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
I liked him a lot.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
Did we say Dr. Marina Schmidt? Is this the ME? Oh, please say it's the ME. I've been waiting for the ME. Come on now. Got to be the ME. Come on. I know, baby girl.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
You solemnly swear or affirm?
Medical examiner. Yahoo!
Yes.
Wake up. All right. Yo. Wake up.
Good
Come on
afternoon.
now.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start your honors? Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, Matrina. Last name is Schmidt, Schmidt.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
All right, everybody. We got to do the happy dance. We got to her. All right. This is a stretch break. Everybody get up. Woo, that means we are getting close to the end of the case for the prosecution. The prosecution is probably going to rest shortly because usually the ME is one of your last witnesses. Come on. All right. Okay. Enough funk. Now let's get going.
And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay.
By the way, graphic
present,
warning. Oh, you're so good,
Yes.
Haley
Okay.
Mouse. I was just going to do
And
that.
can you give us a background of your
Good for
education, please?
you. Thank you.
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas
Ooh,
College in
cornbread
Grand
is
Rapids, Michigan,
fabulous.
4 years.
If
I
done
went
right.
to medical school in Medical College of Ohio.
Gotta make
in
sure you
Toledo,
put a little
Ohio,
sugar.
for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio,
Bear
Texas.
County. That's my neck of the woods. Boy, girl, honey, you learned a lot. There's a lot of
I
people there.
returned to West Virginia and did another year of
West
residency.
Virginia.
And then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And
Should
so
be
that
Texas
would go
'cause
to
you
say
did
that
training there.
2020, were you also licensed to practice
Oh.
medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. During this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
Should be declared to be an expert.
Oh, you'd be a fool to object that.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there, Muddy Creek Road, that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but 2 of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who were those 2 people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They
I'm going to get my
investigate
dog
the
some lunch.
scene, the
I'll be
death.
right back.
And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was
Okay.
dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
Give me just a second.
Ooh. You guys, we are going to be
Can you tell the
hearing,
jury
that's
what
right,
steps
we are
you
going to be
took to
hearing
ensure
about
that
autopsies
the
of baby
scene
Evelyn.
and
Step
Evelyn's
away if it is a
body
little too much for
was
your mental
maintained
health.
as secure as possible?
Haley, you rock.
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay. And how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. 100. Can I please see? Exhibits number 20 through 38, please. In the past, what's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right. We can pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The forensic center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
Don't know what the hell that is.
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand
Okay,
the
let me
question.
ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can. Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay. I know you stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators' investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Okay. Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you a document. I'll give you a second to look and see if you recognize that. I'm going to put the most of it.
She don't look too happy to be there. I'm not judging your boo.
Oh, okay. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate copy?
It appears to
Your
be.
Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
Full exhibit 260.
Now we're getting to some testimony, y'all.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
And were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes, the body was in the trash can upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been
It
pre-marked as exhibit number 34.
I want to say something and I cannot. I want to say something and I can't. The fact that a 15-month-old baby is head down in a trash can, foil wrapped around its head and neck. And here I had 13 miscarriages to have my 2 babies. Documented miscarriages. There is a place for her, and it's a 4-letter word.
Hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself caused some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
That should have been asked a long
3,600
time ago.
approximately.
Approximately how many of those are on were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay. Have you conducted
know those
autopsies
stats.
on children that have resulted from, that you determined the result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
Okay. So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being a possibility for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible, a co-sleeping rollover incident possible, explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay. And can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you that would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
No.
I don't know if I could answer that.
Okay. Do you?
Why don't you get to the meat of the questions? What were your findings? What did you look for? What did you do? Come on now.
Let me ask it a
DA.
different way. Anything about the autopsy as well as the other things that you had said that you used to come to your conclusion that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswell died from natural causes?
No.
Okay. Same question. Anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
No.
Okay. Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
What? You don't even go out. Wait a minute. Wait. What? You're not going to even. Y'all, talk to me. Talk to me. Am I the only one going, where are the other questions? They're not. This is the weirdest ME questioning I've ever seen in my life. Hmm? This is the weirdest one I've seen heard in my life.
Reporter, Judge.
not even that, but what was her weight? What was her size? Was there any evidence of diaper rash? Because they're making a big deal about the diaper rash. Was there any evidence that would show that this child may have been neglected in any way? Was there any evidence that this could have been, um, but you know what I'm saying? Uh, okay. I yield to the process.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smith. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you again. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions.
I'm sure you
And I
do.
guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations one.
Dawn.
Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body.
Dawn, if you made cornbread with honey butter and I don't have any, girl, we gonna have problems. Just saying.
Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records from when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I
The head,
routinely
yes.
go
The
through
butt,
the
maybe
medical
not.
records.
I don't
I
know.
remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
It's been a long time, honey boo.
Do you think it would have been helpful?
I don't
to have
remember.
done
I'm
that?
having to read.
Yes, I always review the medical records on children.
I wish I could get rid of this.
And Ms. Massengill finished up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be, I assume.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any
He's gonna go
medical
there.
findings of a cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical bases for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, give me a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table as opposed to in a trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So you mentioned in your report that there is a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded, correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So you talked about natural causes, and there's no sign of disease or anything of natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a patent foraminal valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
However,
I would think a defect.
there are people who live into their 60s and have that and never know it.
Whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
I don't know how to define good. I'm sorry.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
No.
Now the defense is going to go that way.
Defect led to the child's death. Is that possible?
It's a possibility
You can't rule it out in this case, can you?
based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope. I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally it closes around age 4 or 5 and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as a cause.
There you go. It was not the cause of death.
I think I ruled it out as a cause of death.
How?
Yeah.
She did not have any symptoms or signs of there being trouble with her heart.
And the
Is this
heart
something
would have
that could come
shown
on
the trouble.
instantly with your heart?
Yes,
So how do you rule out that that didn't happen?
there were no changes to that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
How did you rule out sudden infant death syndrome?
Number one, her age.
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, and upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
You can't say that, doctor. If the child died of sudden infant death syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that
I'll be
is
right back.
possible, isn't it?
Usually they die around 9 to 10 months is the upper age, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
I wouldn't rule it a sudden infant death syndrome.
You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
That's correct.
Okay. But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that say there are higher incidence of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
That can be one of the factors that leads to a SIDS death, can it?
Yes.
Were you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the records.
Would it help you to see the records?
Sure.
We withdraw item 67, please. Okay, may I show this to the witness? Doctor, I would direct you to her October the 4th visit. Page 37 and 38.
I'm sorry. Is it towards the back? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 37 of 38, if you look at the page numbers on the top.
Oh,
right-hand
I
corner.
see. I'm sorry. Okay.
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis, is that correct?
Yes.
Acute pharyngitis is an infection.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a virus. Is that right? A viral infection?
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question. So please don't take offense at the yes or no. Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter, because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeospasm, can it?
Yes.
Child also suffered from ankyloglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke their tongue out very far.
The research.
My twin brother had that. They had to snip it so he could be able to drink a bottle, or its tongue was really, he couldn't do that. So it's that tissue, it's like a kind of like a connection. You feel it under there. So that's what they're talking about.
So shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
So with all that said, this child is in a state of the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death.
But how? Based on what?
Based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report rules them out. I'm not talking about that the child is found in a trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
Remember, I'm going to ask that he asks only one question at a time.
Yeah, sustained.
Sorry.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Woo! Hold
A
your ground,
forensic
baby.
Examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
Good for you.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No.
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS, does it?
Yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify
Wow.
SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules
This
it out.
guy is, whoo,
Correct.
That's correct.
I'm trying to,
Sidebar.
oh my gosh, he is hot to trot. He is pushing SIDS. He is pushing it and pushing it. He is trying to find something to hang a hat on to save his client. And this doctor is not going to let him have it. Good for you, madam.
any broken bones?
No,
Any signs of prior broken bones?
no.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Smith, thank you. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
No, it wasn't nice to see you, but you're being very polite, madam.
She released from us.
Not to say yes.
Stop.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your testimony today. You are released from your subpoena and
Thank you.
next.
Ma'am, you held your own very well. Thank you so much. I mean, come on, y'all. We got to give it to her. We've got to give it to her. That was a hard hold your own with that guy. They are pushing that. This is the defense. One of two things happened. The baby died in its sleep and she put it in the trash can because she didn't know what to do. She was scared. Or the boyfriend, Hunter, unalived the baby and covered its head in foil and put it in a trash can. That's going to be the defense's side to this, in my humble opinion. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it.
Dr. Darinka Malusnik Polchon.
While they're doing that, I'm going
I'll
to
let
just
her say
re-announce
so,
the
too.
Addict to Athlete will be tonight. Alan Deal Jr. He is an amazing man. He is going to share about his prison experience, jail experience. Y'all will be able to ask questions, and then he's going to share some of his testimony. But what a great young guy. He's young. He's 45. He's younger than me. So look forward to seeing y'all there.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm.
Russian?
You're about to give will be the truth,
Polish?
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us.
Yeah.
Please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you.
Milosnik
And
Polson.
where are you employed?
I'm the chief medical examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the chief medical officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of clinical assistant professor of, actually associate professor of pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And
She's
how
a
long have
busy
you held
woman.
those positions?
I've been acting chief in chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, RIJEKA in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program
Croatian.
with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical student and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about three and a half years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee. And then, of course, we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
All right. Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, the anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners. And so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system, we are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge. Right, to be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the district attorney's office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report if that's
Sure.
acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then National NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's office, and the presentment state of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing a kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in that, with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths. And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end, the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene. And that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right. And let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So The forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please?
I like her. I like the other lady, the ME that performed the procedure, but I like her.
Dr. Malusnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted
Yeah,
as exhibit.
you
number
got that right.
19.
Doesn't matter if it was before or after, she's responsible.
And if you would kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen?
You
Or,
can- is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer.
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the
Thank you for not showing it.
a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being the blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, like kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one. And number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There's a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit number, previously admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here: the garbage can, the trash can. There was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed, and now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil.
Man,
which
I
is
have my
actually a very
cursor over
curious
that. I
piece
was
of
ready to
evidence
go,
because
whoop.
it was
Nope.
so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia, because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied, because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of the garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 31.
So this Exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything? as
So
far
this
as
is what I
you see
expected to
there
hear
that
from
would
the other
show
lady.
you how long the child had been in that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of
I'm
the
gonna be here.
position
I gotta
that
grab something.
Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there's a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil, because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures that were around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case, you mentioned the flies and the larvae?
Yeah, there was some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
That had already happened.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Oh, poor baby.
So the exhibits 32
yes
is actually just another kind of painstakingly remove all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that what was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and the side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction. And then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Fetal position. God. Girl, hell is too good
Now
for
I'm gonna
you
show
if you did
Exhibit
this.
34.
If she did this, hell is too good for her.
So the exhibit 34 now shows the, it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face. So the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then a blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
Oh.
So the exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket that are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks, and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented.
Accordion letter.
The blanket is still stuck to the face
fetal
in this area, but that's
oh my gosh.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So in the exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped. And there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions, is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell except that, of course, once it was completely unzipped, which was unusual
Sorry, I had a little cramp.
for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened, and then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed, and then for the photographs to be taken and the autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
Dr. Malusnik, did
sickening.
you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore, so she would already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it, because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just
She
not
would
that
be able
easy
to wiggle
even
her
for
way
an
out.
adult to overlay a child of that age, and I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malusnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
Yeah, all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment. That's a none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you. Do you want any of these photos? No. Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
What?
Do you want any of these photos? No. Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Oh, just thought I'd ask. That's what he said. Thought I'd ask.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
Dr.
let's see
Lewis.
how she
you-
handles it.
Good afternoon.
Thank you guys for joining me. I greatly appreciate you and your time and willingness to be here.
My name is Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
What?
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Now, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is.
But you would also, if it was a drowning, have fluid within the lungs.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of an infection or or tumor or anything like that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for forensic pathologists to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms,
There you go.
findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead, for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy. Therefore, it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
Exist. I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Fair enough. She can call it
What did
SID,
you call
sudden infant death.
The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
No reasoning.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
What?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of a laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
No, I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
And she's not going to say yes. She ain't going to say yes.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no? Can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can. So that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that the child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can? Sure. The trash can definitely did not help.
You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe with a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a bag,
ask the
bag,
witness to
and
answer
with
my
the
question,
blanket.
yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, if you feel the need to. But you do have to answer his questions directly.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
And nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag.
Judge, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question, and the answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no, and you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge,
that.
this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
Side by. He wants an answer that she's not able or willing to give. He wants her to say that that child could have died before being placed in that trash can to help him. And she really can't say either way, can she? Nope. Oh. She can't say. What do y'all think?
All right. Let me see if I can boil this down
Is that the judge?
The lowest common denominator. He's gonna ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. Man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes, sir.
Ask you a question.
Yes or no? Can you
Threatened with
say
contempt?
conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket in the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor.
And she didn't want to say that. And please go. I can understand, because here's the problem. For them to, I see where he's going. For them to say that she was alive, to have the blanket, the foil, the blanket, the other blanket be put in that physical condition and then put in the trash can,
Yes, ma'am.
that baby would have
Yes, sir.
fought.
I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. Your release from this opinion.
Thank you.
She didn't want to say no, because that goes against their findings. Oh, stomp it out of there, sister.
Yeah, more witnesses.
I think we're a good stopping spot for today, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Megan,
I have to give you these admonitions, even though you've heard them.
they're stopping for the day.
You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding.
Okay, we're going to go over to the Cemetilly trial in a
Express
second.
any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or.
Okay, that was spicy. We'll close that down. Now we're going to the Cemetilly. Did I do it right? Cemetilly trial? Did I do it right? That was a little bit spicy, y'all. That went on my bingo card for today. How about you guys? That really kind of rattles a little bit. It does. Okay, so we'll be here tomorrow morning for more. Today's going to be a long day for me. We're going to stay on till 6 p.m. my time. And then I'm going to have to end the live because I got another live at 7 p.m. with a fabulous young man. And I hope that y'all will come and join us. I really would like to have a good showing for him. Let's see. I'm getting this up. Let's go. We are in some spicy. Yeah, I'm going to roll this back just a little. We are in some spicy examination. This is her third time. Well, she was on the stand for a half a day for the original testimony. She was recalled yesterday, and she has been on the stand up until this point about an hour and a half. So this is getting spicy too.
On February 13th, 12:45 p.m. Is this a message that you sent to Monica?
Yes, it is.
And in this message, you're basically telling her, "Hi, honey, please know we love you. Wish we could be with you and the girls. Let me know if you want company and you can come from Saturday to Wednesday to visit."
Y'all, I'm sorry when she hits that, "Hi, honey." Oh, it hurts. It physically hurts.
Correct.
And also telling her about the graduation in New York for Vanessa's medical school.
Correct. It was a date error. It's June 10, sorry, not January 10.
Okay, let's talk about this in Jolar. She is an expert, not a defense lawyer. And it is no, I do not agree with the judge threatening the witness coercion with the attempt of court. I get that they wanted a yes or no question, and they felt it warranted a yes or no answer. But she did not feel it warranted the yes and no answer he was wanting, and she didn't want to give it. And legally, they did what they could do. I don't like it. He should have. I mean, I will tell you, it will not bode well with some of the jurors. When you go to that link to get an answer that she's not comfortable giving, just to get that answer, the juries will notice. Hopefully all, but they notice. Okay, so we ended on an interesting note.
I'm referring, sorry, to the date of the message, which is February 13th.
Correct.
Of 2017.
Correct.
That comes right before the defendant's response on that same date, correct?
Yes, I was making reference to the body of the text message. I had my daughter's
Yes.
convocation date wrong. That's all. I just,
Oh.
yeah, it was June 10.
Right, that happened the week before the defendant came to Toronto for the Mirror Awards,
It was the same weekend.
the Lifetime Achievement Awards.
Yes.
And when the defendant made mention of in 609,
See, this is what bothers me.
Conversations with the detectives, had the defendant told you and Marco on numerous occasions that in order to receive the life insurance, law enforcement first had to clear her.
Correct.
And send a letter.
Lois.
Yes, correct.
So therefore, their criminal investigation was inextricably linked to her being able to get the letter for clearance, correct?
Sustained. on the
Didn't the
first round.
defendant tell you that they had to clear her in
Yes.
their investigation in order for her to be able to receive money?
Correct, yes.
And when she talked about the estate lawyer, that again was her talking about acquiring money from Fabio's.
Sustained.
When she talked about the estate lawyer, did that have to do, according to her conversations with you, about acquiring money from Fabio's estate?
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you that that's what the estate lawyer was for, to acquire money from Fabio's estate?
Yes, as well as she had mentioned she was going to go to a state lawyer to make sure that Wella wasn't screwing her. So
On
I'm
money.
figuring it was about money all the time. Yes.
I have nothing.
Anything further?
Mr. Matilli, you understood that estate lawyers were involved because Fabio didn't have a will and his estate was in probate, correct?
No, I had no idea.
Mr. Matilli, you communicated frequently with Luigi and the estate lawyers representing the estate throughout the summer of 2017, correct?
Luigi didn't explain a lot to us. We had no idea about the estate lawyer Luigi had. Is that what you're referring to?
No, the lawyers that were representing the estate.
No, I have no
by the court.
idea what happened there.
You have no idea that there were estate lawyers representing the estate in probate.
Objection,
Right.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, Ms. Simontilli, that you communicated frequently about the estate, Fabio's estate, and lawyers being involved because the estate was in probate.
Oh,
No.
Isn't it also a fact, Ms. Cementili, that you communicated frequently with Luigi about filing a lawsuit against Monica for money?
I'm going to object to the same facts and evidence.
So
It's
ruled.
also relevant and calls for hearsay.
so rule on all grounds.
Can you repeat the question?
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Cementili, that you communicated with Luigi Cementili about wanting to file a lawsuit for money against Monica Cementili?
I had discussions with Luigi because this is what he wanted to do.
Any further by the people?
Was that for a wrongful death lawsuit?
Correct, yes.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cementili. You are excused. You may call the next witness.
Oh, finally, poor baby Mija. Love you, honey. But that was hell. Good job, Mija. Fight for your brother. I know I'm trying to be non-partial, but that's torture what she had to go through. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. And again, they're slow with all their documents. So what do y'all think about what happened today in the baby Evelyn? Hello, Hilda B. How are you doing? Thanks for liking. Y'all don't forget to like. I got it up and ready to go. I do not agree with the head medical examiner being bullied by the court to testify against what in her good conscience she did not feel she could answer. I would say, Your Honor, in my good conscience, I can't give a straight answer to this.
Thank you. Please have a seat and please stand.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you, and for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Shawn Khan, SHAWN, KHAN.
He's a surveillance company and he's got his phone number on the shirt.
What do you do for a living?
Free advertisement.
I'm a security camera integration or installation company.
Do you own a company?
I do.
And what is that company?
First Digital Surveillance.
So
See,
what
on
is
a
your
shirt.
background and experience within your company? Explain a little bit what you do.
Okay, so I started out like an installer, and I still do installations. I do sales, pretty much A to Z, everything.
When you say installation and sales of what specifically?
So for example, let's say if a customer calls, I will return the call most of the time myself, unless somebody from the office returns the call. I would do a follow-up with them, do a site visit, assess their situation, what they're looking for, and then provide the estimate once they move forward. Most likely 90% of the time I will go for the installation with my techs.
And are you talking about then security cameras, the kind that are fixed to buildings or residences to monitor security coming and going in those buildings?
That is correct.
Okay. What is your background in IT?
So I went to school I have a bachelor's in information systems. And then I got into security cameras, pretty much just self-taught. myself.
Why did you get into that?
My older brother, I was helping him with the security cameras in the beginning, and IT played a big role initially when we were using computers as the DVRs back in the days. And then I decided just to move in this business.
When did you start working in IT, specifically with surveillance cameras, things of that nature, servicing customers?
2007.
2007. And is that when you started your business?
That is correct.
Okay. So going back to the years of 2017, were you contacted to install, or let's start with first give an estimate about security cameras at a residence that's at 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills?
Yes,
What was that, the Cementilli residence?
that is correct.
Okay. Can you recall how that contact was initiated?
So I believe it was a Sunday that I got an email somewhere around like midday time from Mr. Fabio Cementelli.
Your Honor, may I mark a 6-page document, a series of emails. It's, the title is from Fabio Cementilli.
Yeah.
And the 2 is
He's arguing for SIDS or accidental
CCTV
rollover.
installation dash Los Angeles.
CCTV installation,
128.
and there's 6 pages. Showing you the
They'll
first
have their
page
own medical
that,
people come
you
in and
recognize that email.
That is correct.
Okay, so the 2, the info at CCTV installation Los Angeles.com, is that your business?
That is correct.
And it came from a Fabio Cementelli, and then do you know who this Calmati-Mo at Hotmail is?
Yes,
Who's that?
that's for Monica Cementelli.
Okay. The email speaks for itself, but what were you asked?
Basically just inquiring about our services and just I guess talking about what they have and what they would like to improve.
Turning to page 2, a continuation of the email then?
That is
Does that
correct.
be that answer?
That is correct.
And you're asking if you're available Monday. What did you want to do on Monday?
Site visit.
So far, is this normal? Somebody contacts you and then you set up a visit?
That is correct.
What's the visit for?
Evaluation to see what they have, what they're looking to accomplish.
And then is that something that you go out and do?
99.9% I do, yes.
In this particular instance, did you end up going to the Cementilli residence?
Yes.
Turning to page 3, continuation of the email chain. Again, is that from Fabio to you with Monica Cementelli CC on it?
Yes.
Okay, so you decided on, or Fabio is telling you Wednesday would be a good day, is that right?
That is correct.
And then turning to page 4 is just a continuation of the email. Page 5. Again, a message from Fabio to you, and this is all on the same day, Sunday, June 19th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
And Fabio provides their address at the Cementilli residence.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, there's a configuration on page 6. There's a, can we meet at approximately 11, and that was confirmed then?
Yes.
Okay. So then on that Wednesday, did you end up, that would be a couple days after Sunday, a couple days later, did you go to the Cementilli residence?
Yes.
What's been previously marked as People's 9. Do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that where you went to look at their, or do your estimate and look at their equipment?
Yes.
Hey, explain what you did when you got there.
So I believe initially I met with Miss Monica, and I usually when I get on site, I want to look at the equipment that they have. If it's existing setup, if it's new, then I just start with my own routine. And I believe during the initial phase, we got on the phone with Fabio, and he kind of expressed what he was looking to do. Pretty much the same thing in the email.
What did you? I'm sorry.
No worries. Pretty much whatever that he mentioned in the email. And of course, when I get to see their equipment, their monitor, I make recommendations that, hey, this is what I recommend you do. The cameras are not looking good at daytime. They're probably worse at night. And I believe they wanted to add another camera for the front door.
Okay, so backing up, and when you got to this resident, you met with, you said Miss Monica.
Monica Cementelli, yes.
Hey,
Do you
Matt.
see her in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting right there and wearing white, I think, or beige.
When you met with her, was there anybody else present with you?
No, just
So-
myself.
And as you indicated, Fabio was not there.
He was not there.
Did you see any daughters or girls, young teens there?
No.
Where did you first meet the defendant? Who you call Miss Monica?
I think we just met at the driveway first,
Okay.
and then I think she had the garage open already, I believe. And then we got on the phone. I think she put him on the speaker phone or something like that.
Did you go in the garage?
Yes.
Why did you go in the garage?
I believe that's where the equipment was.
Okay, Exhibit 7, which has been previously marked. Do you recognize the photographs here?
Yes,
And was this an area that you were directed to by the defendant?
that is correct.
And where specifically?
In the garage, towards the door leading to the inside of the house.
Right, over here on the right photograph?
That is correct.
Okay. And what were you directed to?
To look at their existing equipment, the DVR that they have there, and then the monitor that they had in the kitchen. I think it was like an older monitor, not working, I'm not sure.
When you were in that garage that day on that Wednesday, where was the DVR?
In the garage above this, the cabinet,
This white cabinet right
white
here?
cabinet, exactly.
Up top?
Exactly where you see all the wires.
Okay. You see the wires, but when the defendant walked you into the garage, did she show you that DVR box?
I believe she did. It was an
Okay.
older box.
It was an older box?
Yeah, which is pretty typical. When I go in, people have older boxes, older monitors. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Okay. And then you also mentioned you went inside and saw the monitor, is that correct?
Yeah, in the kitchen. I don't recall exactly. Was it behind this wall? But yes.
You know what I mean, Marcus? Photograph 128, a photograph of a monitor.
129.
That photograph right there, do you recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
Now, there's a monitor there, is that the monitor, the area where you were directed?
Yes.
Did you end up, you're out surveilling now to do an estimate, did you end up replacing the monitor?
Yes, I replaced this monitor right here.
Okay, so when you got there, it was a different monitor?
I believe so.
Now, this wall right here behind it, does that back up to the garage where the DVR was?
That's what it seems like, because to extend the monitor, if it's a new install or replacement, sometimes you have to run a cable. So I believe that's what it seems like. It was behind that garage wall. It
Okay.
was pretty short run.
All right, so now that you've got there, you've seen where the DVR, and this is the old DVR box, correct?
In the garage, yes.
In the garage. You
Yes.
replaced that as well, ultimately?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So right now, you're just at estimate point of view walking around. Where else did you go?
I think once we looked at the monitor, got a view of the angles, we walked around the house and looked at where all the cameras were, the type of cameras, and where they needed the new camera.
Landmark is People's 129.
130, Council.
Oh, I said 8, did you correct me? Okay, 129, sorry.
This is, now you're going to mark something as 130?
Yes, Landmark's 130.
What is that, please?
It's an aerial surveillance camera placement, aerial map of the cemetery residence.
Very well.
Okay. All right, can you orient yourself as this is an aerial map of the cemetery residence?
Yes.
Now, there's a pointer in front of you, a stick, if you could pull that out, right, under your monitor, and then turn around the screen and just indicate then where the cameras were that you looked at.
So So we looked at this camera right here. This one right here.
So I'm going to describe. You're pointing to the bottom left. There's a
Bottom left, yes.
bottom left. There's
Close
a.
to the street, closer to the street and the driveway.
And where was that camera then?
This camera was, we did not relocate any cameras, just
Okay.
upgraded the cameras or replaced. So I believe I replaced 3 cameras. Because altogether they have 5 cameras. So in the picture, what you don't see is the intercom camera. The intercom camera is somewhere right here.
And you're indicating right as an entrance into the
Entrance
driveway.
into the driveway, yes.
So at that location, entering into the driveway, you said there was intercom camera. Is that the kind where you push a button if you wanted someone to let you in?
Exactly.
And there was a camera attached to it?
There's a camera inside attached to it. Not easy to replace, so we left it alone.
Do you know if that camera was working when you went out
It was working when I went out there, and it was working when we left.
there? The camera in the bottom left that you just pointed to, there's an icon with a right triangle. If I may mark it's People's 131. It's entitled surveillance camera on the side of the house.
Very good.
Is that the camera?
Yes, that's what it seems like. That is
Okay,
correct.
so that's on the side of the house then.
Side of the house, exactly.
Okay, and then there's a photograph on the upper right. Was that the camera you ended up installing? Or
Yes, that's the camera that I used. That is correct.
But when you're out there you're looking at old cameras that you end up replacing at some point.
That is correct.
Did you keep them in the same location as if they were when you replaced them? Did you keep them in the same location?
Usually I do, and I believe in this case we did also, yes.
Okay. Back to the aerial 130. What's the next camera?
So we did 3 cameras for her. So that's 1. This is number 2, looking at the driveway, straight at the entrance. And this is number 3, which is the side or the back, I should say.
One moment. On the camera looking right at the entrance, it's the right side lower icon. Let me mark this People's 132 surveillance camera facing the driveway.
All right.
So you pull straight into the driveway. Is that the camera that would show somebody walking straight into the driveway?
That is correct.
All right. And then the third camera, which would be, there's a rectangular box, and to the left of that, there's an icon. Which camera is that?
So I believe, because I did 3 cameras replacement, 1, 2, and the top right, I did this camera.
Okay, the top right one you replaced. Let me mark this 133 surveillance camera near master bedroom photograph.
Very good.
133, is that the camera?
Yes,
And that's in the back of the house.
that is correct.
And that came off the back bedroom.
Yes.
Do you know if that viewpoint covered the patio area? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Patio area is the one that we see in the picture right here, this area.
So they should have a recording of the people unaliving
I
Fabio.
don't recall
Okay, I'll show you
100%.
that in a moment. When I say patio, there's like a gazebo kind of with an awning.
I don't recall it.
Okay. And where was the 4th camera then?
Okay, so this camera right here is the one we added. Because we replaced 3, added 1, and didn't touch the intercom camera, and that total count is 5 cameras.
If I may mark this equals 134 photograph, 2 photographs entitled surveillance camera at front door. You added the camera that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
So there was no camera at the front door before you ever got there?
I believe so.
All right. So the whole time that you're looking at these cameras, is the defendant showing you those cameras?
Yes.
All right. So talk about you, during that time then, she made a phone call to who you believe was Fabio on the phone.
Yes.
And then what was that conversation about?
Um, Basically, to get clarity on what Mr. Fabio mentioned in the email, and also based on my recommendation, um, after I did the site visit. So pretty much going over the scope of work, what he wanted to do, um, looking to upgrade, be able to access remotely. Um, and then I think we discussed the intercom camera either at that time or a little later. I told him I don't have a camera to replace it. It's very tiny. I don't have a camera to replace it. It's very tiny camera, so we're gonna focus on replacing 3 out of 4 cameras, I believe, at that time, and add 1 camera. So the total count will be 5 when we're done.
Okay, and you're adding the camera over the front door.
Out of the front door, that is correct.
Earlier, I was asking about 133, which is off the back master bedroom, correct? Where there was a camera?
Yeah.
Giving you another view, Exhibit 9. Is that a photograph of that back patio where that camera was?
Yes, I believe, and I believe I may not remember this very correctly because I didn't do the whole installation myself. I had an installer with me.
Okay.
I remember the whole front very good, so I don't recall this 100%.
Okay, let me just ask you then a point of interest. Exhibit 8. Do you know if there was any cameras that you're aware of that covered?
What are you shaking your head no
This
for?
is what I meant by patio. It's more like a gazebo.
That's
Do you
nice.
know if there
Pool
was
is
any cameras that
filthy.
actually covered that area that you were aware of?
I don't recall it.
Okay. You didn't install any cameras back there?
Yes, I didn't, and I had an installer helping me. So if I did personally installation, then I would remember every single location.
Okay. But that's fine. All right, so what happened after that then? How long were you there?
I believe between me and my installer, we were there for like half a day.
And the entire time you were with the defendant?
No, usually when I do a site visit, the first time, right? First time when I do a site visit, I spend all the time with the client. It could take 15, 20, 30 minutes. Second time when I go and do the installation, I usually, once I get from the client whatever I need access and all that, I like to work by myself or with my guy, So I think second time we had little interaction.
Okay. You left at some point, obviously. Did you leave with your installer?
I don't recall it. I think I did, but I don't recall it.
He wants to be proficient.
So before I leave, what I usually do is get the system on the internet. And I don't think the previous system was online. And that was it wasn't on the internet. That means you cannot access it remotely.
Okay, well, wait. Let me back you up. We're talking about, we're still at the walking around, look at the cameras.
Oh, initial visit? Okay, sorry.
Did you end up then sending a proposal to both the defendant and
Fabio? Yes.
Let me mark this people's 135. It's a 16-page document of emails, including a proposal.
Very good.
So that same day then, Wednesday, June 22nd, 2016 at 1:04, do you recall sending this email then to semontilly.f@pt.com and again, kalmati-mo@hotmail.com?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, to your knowledge, Fabio and Monica?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you include here? You mentioned a proposal.
So this is basically an estimate that we sent to replace the DVR, replace 3 cameras, replace or upgrade, and add an additional camera and replace or add a kitchen monitor or TV.
And does that come with a new DVR box?
It definitely comes with a new DVR box, yes.
Turning to page 2, is that your proposal?
Yes.
And your proposal total was $1,798.50.
That is correct.
Now, there's some language in here in your proposal. One of them says you can do almost anything, everything on your phone, like watch live recording, save live or recorded image and video, send image or video. What does that mean?
So basically means is once you get the system on the internet, you can view the cameras simultaneously, multiple channels, 4, 5, you can see the whole house in one's view, up to 16 cameras.
So if you were, well, we'll get into how you do that, but if you were to log on your phone, is it through an app?
It is through an app.
Great. You can pull up multiple cameras at once.
You can pull up multiple cameras at once.
So if the cemeteries had 5, could they watch all 5 cameras from their phone, assuming they have the app at one time?
Yes,
When you were out there for the first walkthrough, did you talk about this remote access with the defendant?
absolutely.
And what did you tell her?
That you'll be able to access the cameras on the phone, PC, Mac. That's why we put that, a detailed description, because this is one of the reasons people upgrade their equipment. Most people who upgrade their equipment, they cannot view their cameras remotely because of limitations on older systems.
Was this an older system that you were upgrading that didn't have that capability?
I believe so. And it wasn't connected either to the network, so I did that myself.
Okay. So the previous camera system, you weren't able to view it on a phone as far as you knew?
That is correct.
So you sent the proposal. The next day then, zooming in here, which is Thursday, the very next day, did you receive this email then back from the defendant, Monica Semintilli?
That is correct.
And was that the go-ahead that you were going to go ahead and do this installation?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And that's page 4. On page 5, is that you just confirming that it's approved?
Yes, just to reconfirm.
Okay, now at this point, according to the email, you're only communicating with the defendant. Fabio is not on these emails anymore. Is there any reason why?
Not sure. Yeah, seems like this is that was the first email that where she took over.
Okay. And by the way, you never met Fabio ever.
I've never met Fabio.
Page 7, again, here's from you. Again, the same day, Thursday, the day after you sent the proposal, that's the defendant telling you, yes, we want to proceed.
That is correct.
Okay, and again, no conversations with Fabio about this.
No.
Okay, so one moment. All right, so you go out for the installation, and do you set up the installation?
Yes.
When did you set it up for, if you recall?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't know, it was June 23rd or?
Okay, so if you started the communication on the 19th, you went out for the estimate and emailed the proposal on the 23rd, then does 27th sound right, a few days later?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. At that point, then, what's the process for going out for the installation?
So we set up a time, like how early I can start the installation. And I believe with her case, probably either my availability or her availability, we started close to like 8 o'clock. And what I like to do is when I show up in the morning, I like to go over one more time with the client just to make sure we're all on the same page. So there's no changes. So I take like 10, 15 minutes of the client's time, like, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Because we're going from estimate to the execution. So I just want to make sure there's no changes from the time we spoke last. Okay. Sometimes people want to make changes or relocate the camera. So I want to know ahead of time before I start the job.
Okay, and I misspoke. You actually went out there on the 28th. Does that sound right?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you at some point start communicating with the defendant on text messaging?
I did, yes.
My name Marcus equals 136, a 2-page document with text messages between Monica-Woodland Hills is the title. Okay. So do you recognize this conversation of text messages between you and the defendant?
Yes.
So on June 27th, is that you confirming see you tomorrow morning?
That is correct.
And is that for the installation?
That's for the installation, yes.
Okay, so then that morning, June 28th, the defendant's texting you, are you on your way, and you're confirming approximately 7:55?
That is correct.
Okay. Then you text, I need access to your PC, please, to set up remote access. What is that?
Basically, this is so my tech can log into her computer and do port forwarding so that she can watch the cameras on her phone.
Did she ultimately give that to you?
I believe she did.
Okay. And then at 10:32, I don't know if this is before or after, but Can I pay with a credit card? What is that about?
I think there was something about payment. Like I like to collect half up front, and I believe she said there was something about payment, and then she said that, well, can I just pay you full? And then she wanted to pay by credit card, and I told her that's fine, but we'll have to take off the discount that we usually apply to check, you know.
Okay. All right, so you got to the location, and who did you go with?
One of my installer, I don't recall the installer name.
And then what did you do when you got there?
Basically, what I usually like to do is when I get to the site, I look at the cameras, see if anything has changed from the last time I was there. Sometimes I take pictures. Most of the time I take a picture so I know where I'm starting at. So if I'm going to be working on 4 cameras or 5, I know where I started, so I'm not missing anything. So we're not troubleshooting something that wasn't part of the job or scope of work. Then I usually want to get in to set up the remote access, get the system online. That was my goal. And I believe I probably showed up before my installer did. So I'll get the system online, get it up and running. I'll swap the DVR, the main recorder. Once I swap the DVR and I get it online, I have access on my phone. Then my tech can go and replace cameras, and I will be able to help him adjust the cameras.
Okay, so you got there first from what you remember.
I believe so.
When you got there, did you meet the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and again, was she the only one that you saw there?
Yes.
Did you explain to her what you were going to do?
Yes.
Did you have another conversation about her being able to remotely access the cameras once they were installed?
I believe that was part of the whole conversation from the get-go, from Fabio, from her, that yes, absolutely, that's a must.
Okay, that's a must.
That's a must.
Okay, so when you said you got online, what did you do specifically? I know we're getting a little techie, but what did
No
you do?
worries. So basically, first I got to figure out a way to get the system on the internet. And for that, I need a hardwired cable, network cable. So if it's not close by, so what I do sometimes is either I will do a Wi-Fi network adapter. Basically, I will make my DVR like Wi-Fi capable. Usually DVRs are not Wi-Fi capable. So I'll make it Wi-Fi capable, or I will use network adapters that run internet cable network connection over the power of the house. So I don't recall which technology I used for her, but that's what I did initially when I got there, start setting up the system to get the system online.
So the actual box that was in the garage, the DVR box, did you bring in a new box and take out the old box?
Yes.
That DVR box, is it iCloud based, meaning if the box is taken and disappears, does it store things up in the iCloud like the technology we have today with our cell phones?
Good question. So most of the DVRs are somewhat capable of doing it. We don't do it. I only have one client that I'm doing it for, and they're paying for it. So I think 90+% of the clients don't do it for the cost. But are they capable? In one way or another, they are somewhat capable, but not like your phone, iPhone. No, not like that.
This DVR box, was it capable?
With very few limitations. Not exactly.
So if the DVR box is taken, can you retrieve data from it? If it's taken out of the property, you don't know where it is, it's gone. Can you retrieve data from
Do a
it without the
comfort
box?
break.
No.
Back.
Okay. Did you explain that to the defendant?
I don't recall it. To be honest, I don't recall if we had this conversation.
Okay. Did you have any conversation about iCloud or anything of that nature?
No, I don't recall it.
Okay. So when what if there's a power outage and the power goes out? What happens with the DVR box?
So as long as the power is out, the system doesn't record. And when the power comes back up, system comes back up automatically. Then it starts to record.
In simple terms for some of us, can you explain how a DVR box connects to the internet or the ISP or the provider?
Sure. So in order to view the cameras, for example, on your phone or your computer, anywhere you are, iPhone, Android, you have to download an app, and the app is going to ask you some basic information. And that information we provide to client in a very easy to follow format, so we don't have to train every day each client. And then it's going to ask you, what do you want to name the location? You can call it whatever you want. Then it says, what is the address? And it's referring to the IP address, which is unique for every client. For example, my phone right now has an IP address. That's how I can be traced. Your phone will have an IP address, but it can change. So you put the IP address in there, and I get that IP address from when I go to her house. I use her computer. That's why we got in her computer, so we can get her information, IP address, and my guy can send the email to her with all the instructions.
So that's my question is, you help your customers at the house determine if they don't know what their IP address
Exactly.
is. And you need that IP address for the app?
You absolutely need that IP address for the app to be able to view the cameras from anywhere.
Okay. So if there's no internet at the house, is the DVR box going to work?
Yes.
How is it going to work?
So the DVR is a standalone box. It's the cameras are connected, hardwired behind it. It doesn't require internet. But for you to view the cameras remotely, internet, you must have internet.
Take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back there.
Boy, that judge is quick. He's going to put me to sleep.
People's Exhibit 137, two photographs which show the IDMSS Lite app.
Yes.
Just putting this up here for reference, is this what the app looks like if you were to go into either your iPhone on the left or your Android on the right and download it onto your phone?
Yes, this was the app we were using at that time.
Okay, and that time, has it changed since 2017?
Yes, app changes, 6 months, a year, name can change, but this is the app that we were using at that time.
Okay, so you already have the app. How were you able then, how can you log on and see the Cementilli live feed of the videos?
Okay, so what I'll do is, for example, I'll add a new account, a new device, for example. I'll put for the name, I'll put in the client's name, for example, for my reference. I'll put in her IP address or Cementilli's family's home IP address and the username and the password. For myself, I would use an admin account that I usually don't share with the clients unless unless it's a house and the cameras are inside the house.
So were you able then at the scene or at the location that day, did you test it with your phone, your app? You used the IP address at the Cementilli residence and you were able to test it and view that all the cameras were working?
That is correct.
Okay. Now we talked about that fifth camera that you did not install at the entryway intercom box. Was that wired into something that they would be able to view from the phone as well?
That is correct. So that is the intercom. I don't recall where the intercom screen was inside, but I believe the feed was already going into the old DVR. So we took it out of the old DVR, plugged it into the new DVR. So that was one of our fifth camera.
So when you pull up the app on your phone with their IP address, you can see at one time 5 cameras.
That is correct.
Okay. That monitor that's in their kitchen then, does that show all 5 of those cameras as well?
That is correct.
And you replaced that monitor?
Yes.
That was a brand new one.
It was a new one. That is correct.
Right. Did you show them before you left, did you show the defendant how to access it with your app and what you were doing?
Yes.
So you went through it on your phone with her?
That is correct. I usually do that. I don't recall if I did it with her specifically. One of the reasons I don't want to do that is because people get like all, they say, oh my God, you're watching my cameras on your phone. Are you going to be watching it while you leave? So sometimes I do it, but I necessarily won't pull up their home on my phone. I'll pull up like my home and I'll show them how the app works. In case I'm not around while the cameras are up. I can connect her phone to her system without having the cameras connected, right? Because the system could be up to the internet, but no cameras connected.
So that was something was that something she told you she wanted, was to be able to remotely access these cameras from her phone when she's not at home?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever have that same conversation with Fabio?
Other than the request he had in the original email, no.
Okay, so you never talked about the logistics of the cameras and how to access it with Fabio?
No.
So after that first interaction, when you got the email, and she put him on speaker when you went out for an estimate. Did you ever really communicate with him again?
I don't think so.
Okay. Was your point person then, or your person that you communicated with the defendant?
Seems like, yes, that's what it seemed like. Once I sent the estimate, the approval came from her.
Okay.
That was it from there, then on.
All right. So then after you leave, what happens after all the equipment's set up, you've tested it, it's working on your phone? Then what's the protocol? What happens next with the customer?
So my phone tech is supposed to do a follow-up with the client, send the welcome email. We call it a welcome email. It's the instructions that basically tell her what app to download, that information. And he's supposed to do a follow-up to make sure that if they have any questions regarding the instructions.
Okay. And if I may mark as 138, 3 pages email from tech support at cctvfirst.com to kalmati-mo@hotmail.com. All right. Putting this email up here, then this is the same day, Tuesday, June 28th, 10:37 a.m. From the tech support. Who is tech support within your company?
At that time, it was a gentleman by the name of Nasir that worked with me.
And is this a standard email that goes out to all of your customers?
That is correct.
But this specific email went to the defendant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then can you explain what information you're providing to her?
Basically, it's telling the client that, how many ways you can access the cameras remotely, giving them instructions on Internet Explorer, Firefox, if they decide to go that route, giving them a username, password, the unique IP address, and then plugins they may need for Mac and Windows,
Okay. On page 2, and I was showing you page 1 or page 2, is there more, same thing here, specific instructions for an iPhone?
Yeah, so this one is, as simple as we can, instructions for the iPhone. For anybody who has never done it before too, it tells you download and install the IDMSS Lite or GDMSS Lite from App Store. So whatever they type in, based on their phone, the app will pop up if it's I or G. Then it tells them exactly step by step what to do to set up the app with no supervision, no involvement from us, hopefully.
And is this the same information that you'd already verbally gone over?
Yes,
at the house?
that is correct.
Did you get a text from the defendant regarding setting up this system?
I believe she has sent a text like in the afternoon.
136, which is early March, page 2, at June 28th, 2016 at 1:30 p.m. Is that a text from the defendant to you saying, I can't connect with my iPhone, went to support page, but are asking for name and support key?
That is correct.
And then is that you who answered, I will help you shortly?
Yes.
What did you do?
I believe what I usually would do is I will take the message and forward to my the person who was supporting her, the tech support person, and he would basically just call her and walk her through it.
All right. If I may, Marcus Peoples, 139, 3-page email correspondence, again from First Digital Surveillance, to the defendant. Let me mark that. Okay. This email then, same time frame, June 28th, 2:19 p.m. So that would be shortly thereafter. Is that you asking someone to help the defendant? Nasir, please assist Monica with remote access today.
That is correct. So I'm just basically telling my tech to assist her.
And then at 12:50 p.m., did that same email go back out once again explaining how to download the app for her?
Yes.
Okay. And again with the instructions, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then your correspondence, again, 136, page 2. She answers, I got it, thanks. And then you responded, please let me know if any questions. Did she ever follow up and say, I can't access it anymore, I'm having problems, anything like that?
I don't recall 100% what happened after that because I think she said, I got it, thanks. I'm not sure exactly. She meant like she was able to access it. So I just asked her if she has any questions, let us know.
Okay.
And I had already told the guy in my office to follow up. So I think one of the reasons I may have asked her that question, are you home, is because sometimes when people are home, they're using the home Wi-Fi. They're behind the same IP address as the camera system is. Sometimes you cannot watch your cameras when you're at home.
Okay.
If your Wi-Fi is turned on. Simply put. So you can just turn off your Wi-Fi. For example, you could be anywhere in the world, you can watch your cameras. So I think I may have, that's what I was asking her if she was home. I didn't get a response, I believe, and then I just left it alone.
Okay, so that was the end of the communication.
That is correct.
Okay. She never followed back up any more questions about
Not that I could recall.
accessing. Now, just as
Our
far
weather
as
is getting
more questions,
colder.
as far as the DVR box, the actual box, what's the, explain again, is there any storage that's on the box when it's plugged in?
So the DVR has a hard drive, just like a computer. And the hard drive size dictates how long the system will record. We do record on motion only versus recording all the time. So the system can hold generally about 30 plus days.
Okay, but you need the box to get that data.
Absolutely. You need the box. The DVR box has a hard drive inside. So you need both that DVR and the hard drive inside.
So if the box is stolen, removed, unplugged, or broken, you can potentially lose all of the recordings.
Absolutely.
Okay. In this case, were you ever provided that original DVR box to try to retrieve any data from it? Meaning, did you ever get it back after this?
No.
Okay. One moment. And then these cameras that you upgraded, were they, what was different about the old cameras versus the new cameras?
Resolution, clarity, night vision. So just, much better. Visibility.
And when you say motion sensor, just briefly explain what
Sure.
that means.
So most DVRs are capable of doing it to some extent, even like 10 years old or older systems. But what we want to do is we want to record only motion detection. If there is any motion at all, we want to record that. So the motion could be a tree moving,
Okay.
a car driving by the street, not even coming to your place, that will trigger a motion.
Okay.
So when you do a playback, you will see only activity.
All right. So if you want to view it, you can be away from your residence. Does it matter how far you are to be able to view what you're watching at your residence on the videos?
No, all you need is internet at home and internet wherever you are.
And are you always then using your home IP address?
Yes, you are.
Is there a way to tell if someone's at a different location if they're viewing the video? Like basically, if someone's not at the location, they're down the street, is there a way to go back and look at if that person was actually viewing the video?
There's two ways I think you can tell. The simplest way is if you have the DVR, you can see the log live, or you can do the history search.
So the box would have a history if someone logged in and viewed it, but you need the box.
You need the box.
Okay. What's the other way?
The other way is data spike. So let's say if you're watching Netflix or anything online, you're downloading the data from YouTube and all that stuff. So it's all downloaded. When you're watching cameras, it's the other way around. The data is uploaded. So you will have a spike on your upload.
Okay. And how can you tell where that spike is? Where do those records come from?
The internet provider, most likely. You can check with the internet provider.
And in your experience, the internet provider, they maintain records that will show things such as data spikes?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. That's your understanding.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I'm not sure about that.
Did you meet with detectives then in July 20th of 2017 and initially go over this case? They asked you questions?
I believe so, yes.
So when they first met with you, again, we're talking July 20th of 2017. Do you recall them asking you questions specifically about the Cementilli residence?
Yes.
Did you have to go back after that initial meeting and refresh your memory and look through emails and things of that
Yes,
nature?
absolutely, I did.
Okay. And did you talk to them about these data spikes and ways that you could tell if you didn't have the DVR box?
I believe we did talk about that, yes.
Did you subsequently then get called to testify at a grand jury then the following month in August of 2017?
I believe I did.
Let me ask you this. If you were to, you provide a password and an ID, right? You have a username and a password to the customers.
Right.
Okay. Is that the same one that you send to every customer?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is originally you sent instructions how to log on, correct?
Yes.
And then do you provide them with any instruction how to change that password if they want to?
I don't provide them instructions on how to change the password necessarily, but the format that I use is the same for all the customers.
So what if someone were to get that email and say, this is how you need to download IDMSS, this is your username, this is your password, and this is your IP address? What if someone were to get that email and forwarded it to a family member or a friend or somebody else? Can that person now follow those same instructions and log on to the Cementilli IP address and access those videos?
Absolutely. I think the way we write the instructions, even if you're not tech savvy at all, and that's why we write the instructions. Within 5 minutes, you can be viewing the cameras from anywhere.
Okay, so also while you're out and about, and we talked about the data spike, can you be on other apps while you're watching those videos? Let's say
Yes.
you're out somewhere and you want to look at your home surveillance. Can you have other apps? Let's start with, can other apps be open?
Absolutely.
Can you be on like YouTube and be watching your videos from
Absolutely,
surveillance?
you can.
How does that work?
So I myself normally, sometimes I forget to close the app, and then I get a warning like you've been using the data in the background. So I would sometimes have the cameras on, and I would go to WhatsApp myself, or if I want to go to YouTube, and I'll leave the apps on sometime myself, and it works simultaneously at the same time.
So there's no limit as far as you know?
As far as I know, no.
So for example, you can have a YouTube open, a website open, your live streaming videos are open.
Right.
And what does live streaming mean?
Live streaming basically is a continuous feed of the cameras. You may have a hiccup of you may have like 1 to 2, 3 seconds delay, depending on your internet speed at home and where you are. Other than that, it's just a live stream, continuous feed.
And when you testified before, live streaming then uses a lot of data, which causes those data spikes?
It can use, absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilman Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Khan.
Hey, how you doing?
So First Digital Surveillance, that's your company, correct?
That is correct.
Indeed, I think that's the company that's on the T-shirt you're wearing,
Yes.
right? And you said that installs and integrates security cameras at people's homes. Is that fair to say?
Residential, mostly commercial.
Okay, but residential as well.
That is correct.
And you started your company in 2007, you said?
I believe so, yes.
So in 2016, it's 2016 you did this install, wasn't it?
That is correct.
In the middle of the year, in June, correct?
That is correct.
So in 2016, you've been operating for 9 years, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And how often would you say you did installations? Was it sort of once a week? What would you say? At that time?
5 days a week, 5 to 6 days a week.
So a lot of installations.
Absolutely.
All right. And that's obviously many, many a year. So from your experience, this installation you did for the Cementillis, it was nothing out of the ordinary what they were asking for. Is that right?
That is correct.
And someone requesting remote access, is that a common thing people ask for?
It is a common.
A popular thing?
It's common and popular. That is.
So again, someone requesting that, it's nothing unusual out of the ordinary, right?
It's not unusual.
All right. I just want to ask a little bit about the setup, but let's start with how the setup came to be. So as you confirmed, it was Fabio Simontilli who reached out to you first, correct?
That is correct.
In that email we saw, right?
Yes.
And Monica's not part of that email, right?
She was.
She was copied on it, but
She was
wasn't
copied on it, yes.
communicating on it, right?
Not communicating directly at that point.
Okay, and then there was some back and forth emails deciding the time and telling you the location, correct?
Yes, from Fabio.
And that's all from Fabio, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said you had a phone call with Fabio, right?
I believe, I don't recall if I had a phone call with him before I went out there, but we definitely had a phone call, I believe, when we were at the premises.
So you had a phone call at some point. It was either before you went to the premises or during while you were at the premises.
I don't recall if I had one before I went to the premises. I usually do. I usually want to talk to people before I go out and, invest my time because it's a free estimate. He came across from his email. He came across pretty serious and he wanted to get it done. You get this vibe sometime. So I don't recall if I talked to him over the phone, whether it was Sunday or Monday.
You definitely spoke to him over the phone about.
I spoke to him over the phone, definitely at the house with her.
And as part of that, he was talking about exactly what he wanted.
Exactly.
And he was saying things like, I want a new camera above the front door, right?
Exactly.
And he was saying, I want remote access. He was saying that.
That was in his email too, and I'm sure that's what we discussed. That is correct.
Okay, so you're sure that you discussed with him, Fabio, asking about remote access?
I don't recall it, to be honest. It was in his email, so it was clear that that's what the outcome needs to be.
Okay. Let's talk just briefly about the actual cameras you had set up. If I could look at People's Exhibit 130. That's fine. Showing you People's Exhibit 130. You see this?
Yes.
And these are the cameras that you're working on, correct?
That is correct.
And you replaced 3 of them, is that right?
Yes.
And then you installed a new one?
Yes.
And the new one, as I understand what you testified to earlier, is the one right in the middle here, correct?
That is correct.
And then these are the 3 you replaced, correct?
Yes.
These are obviously all external cameras, right?
That is correct.
No internal cameras you worked on?
No internal cameras that I can recall.
And just to clarify, these are fixed cameras. They're not movable, right? They don't move themselves.
That is correct.
And you can't move them. They just have a fixed point of view.
They're
right?
fixed point of view, yes.
You talked about an intercom camera, right?
Yes.
And that's not shown on this.
That is correct.
I just wanted to be clear. So this obviously happened 9 years ago, right? You did this installation.
That is correct.
It's right though, isn't it? Just to clarify that actually the intercom camera was a separate system, wasn't it?
I believe the intercom camera, because it is an intercom, so it doesn't make sense to have an intercom outside and no receiver inside. I don't recall where the receiver was, but the output of that camera was also coming to the previous DVR.
Okay. Do you recall that when you set up this system with the monitor showed 4 cameras? It didn't show the intercom, that was separate. Do you remember that?
When I set up, I believe it's correct to say that the original system had 4 cameras. I don't remember what the capability of the original system was, a 4-channel or not. Channel means like how many cameras you can add. But when I finished the job, I had 5 cameras on it, including the intercom.
All right, well, you remember you said you testified at the grand jury, correct? That was back in August 2017. Right?
Yes.
And that would have been just over a year after all this took place.
Right.
Obviously now with a lot longer, we're 9 years after this took place, correct?
Right.
Do you remember being asked about how many cameras you installed at the grand jury?
I believe they did, yes.
And do you remember being asked if it was a total of 4 cameras on the system. And you said, yes, that sounds correct.
I believe so. That is correct.
Okay, so actually, thinking back now, me telling you that, from your grand jury testimony, the system you set up, it was actually a total of 4 cameras, not 5.
I think I've seen the pictures now, and it has 5 cameras on it. I looked at my records, and it has 5 cameras on it. Before, I was going by my memory. So I've looked at the client information, and it had 5 cameras on it total, including the intercom camera, which we did not touch.
Sorry, Robert, just one moment. Scott, what pictures are those that you're talking about?
Most of the time, we would take a picture from when we do the job before and after. We take pictures.
All right.
So
we don't have those here today, do we?
I don't have those pictures right now. No.
Okay. Sorry. All right. Just some technical questions, though. You were saying how it needs to connect to the home IP address.
Yes.
Absolutely has
Correct.
to in order
Does.
to see video, correct?
Yes,
So there's no connection to the home IP address. You can't live stream video from your phone line.
that is correct.
And that's because it has to connect to the DVR, which is then connected to the security cameras.
That is correct.
And obviously, if the DVR is taken, there's absolutely no way to view the security cameras.
If the DVR is taken, then you cannot access it. That is correct.
Looking at this picture back again, so this camera here, it has a cone that shows the field of view, correct?
Yes.
So this would capture, I think we saw another prosecution photo, this would capture this area here, correct?
That is correct.
But there's no cameras that you installed that you know of that capture this back patio area.
Objection, we just describe what this area was.
Sure, I think it's described by the people as the side patio, which is next to the master bedroom. And there's another photo that I'll put up. Oh, okay. So to be clear, I was describing the top corner camera and saying that it captures the side patio, which is by the master bedroom. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
And then the other patio area I refer to as the back patio to the left of the house. You are not aware of any cameras you installed or in existence that capture this?
Yes, I don't recall that.
I think you also said that when you were there, installing the cameras, you were at Monica Simontilli, correct?
Yes.
And you said you don't have any recollection of speaking to her about iCloud or anything like that.
I don't recall that. Yes.
Now, you talked about how you had some certain text with Monica Simontilli throughout the process, correct?
Say that question again.
You had some text communication with Monica Simontilli.
Yes,
throughout
text
the process.
communication. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
But it's true that there were communications that were also sent to Fabio Simontilli, like the proposal, for example.
Yes.
So the proposal was sent to Fabio, correct?
That is correct.
And it was addressed to him, correct?
Yes.
And the invoice that was also sent to Fabio, correct?
Yes.
And that was addressed to him again, Fabio Santulli, right?
Yes, I don't recall if we had CC'd Monica on every conversation. Seems like she was CC from the beginning, from Fabio. We may have continued that trend.
All right. But regardless of what it could be CC, these things, the proposal and the invoice were sent to Fabio Santulli, his name.
Yes.
And you were shown a document which was the instructions being sent to Monica Santulli. Remember that?
Yes.
It's also true, isn't it, though, that the instructions were also sent to Fabio, weren't they?
I believe they were both CC'd on it. They were sent to both.
And then in your later email, there was a later email where you were showing where you contacted your tech support guy. I think that's it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Fabio's also CC'd on that, isn't it?
Yes.
So there were multiple communications with Fabio throughout this process, correct?
Email communication, yes.
Yes. Multiple email communications. There was him initiating contact, right?
Yes.
Him having a back and forth with you.
Yes.
And at that point in time, you didn't know who Monica Santulli was, did you?
Say that one more time.
When you had the first initial email communication with Fabio Santulli, you remember that?
Yes.
And then you had a few more emails after, which were just clarifying the time and the address.
Yes.
At that point, you never met Monica Santulli, had you?
No.
And you didn't know who she was at that point, right?
That is correct.
And then obviously you send the proposal and the invoice and the instructions to Fabio.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to go back just briefly. You talked about looking at photos which seem to confirm something about the intercom camera, correct? Right?
Yes.
Do you still have these photos?
I don't recall it at this point if we have it. I usually have this information in our computers.
Were they ever provided to the police?
I don't recall it.
I just wanted to ask you just another technical question. In relation to the IDMSS app. So you spoke about how you can have it on your phone.
Yes.
And it can run in the background, right? That's what you were saying.
Yes.
So you can switch to another app,
right,
such as WhatsApp or YouTube, correct?
Right.
And then the IDMSS is running still in the background.
That is correct.
And it could still be using data if it's running in the background, correct?
It can still be running the data. That is correct.
Even if you're not actually looking at the app.
That is correct.
Okay. And another thing, I just wanted to clarify. The iPhone doesn't have a split screen function, does it?
Not that I know of. Between multiple apps?
Right. You can't look at them on the same screen at the same exact time, can you?
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. So when you talk about doing things simultaneously, just want to make this clear. Is what you mean that you can have the IDMSS open and you're looking at the home surveillance cameras, for example, but then if you want to look at YouTube, you have to minimize it and then go to YouTube. Is that right?
Yes.
So you can't actually look at them both at exactly the same time.
That is correct.
You have to minimize one and then you switch over to another, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the same if you wanted to text message, for example.
Yes.
You couldn't actually text message at exactly the same time that you're viewing the cameras. You'd have to switch over to the text message app.
That is correct.
Okay. And the same with WhatsApp or another communication app. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sorry, just one moment. No further questions.
Anything further by the people?
Just quickly, 128 talking about the email from Fabio. That's the only email you got from Fabio.
The first email, yes.
Right, he never asked for remote access.
I think it was my misunderstanding.
Did he ever ask for remote access?
Actually, it was my misunderstanding. I apologize. I think, apparently not.
Okay. And in fact, after this first email, did Fabio respond to any of the emails?
If he responded to any of the emails,
Yeah, we went through all the emails.
yes.
Did you see Fabio responding to anything after you first set up the date of the installation, or the date of the estimate?
No, that was interesting actually. Up to the point the estimate was provided, even the approval did not come from him.
Who approved it?
Monica.
Okay. And then 138, again, the surveillance, when the instructions were sent, they were sent just to the defendant on how to download that app.
Yes, so
And get remote
that was
access.
my misunderstanding again. It was just sent to Monica, and the CC was supposed to be me, but it just misspelled.
Okay. To be fair, you did ask after that for Nasir to help. And when you did that, you put, looks like did you put Fabio on the email then?
Yeah.
But did he ask you to do that, or did you just add him onto it?
Apparently, I just added on to it because to me he was the main contact.
Okay. Well, when you say main contact, he's the first contact.
He was the first contact. I apologize.
But did you ever then, after that first email exchange, when you talked to him when you went to the estimate on speaker, did you ever talk to him again?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay. And the same thing with 135, the proposal. I know defense asked me if you sent it to Fabio, but in fact, you have Monica on the proposal as well, correct?
Yes.
Up here, the calamati-mo@hotmail.com.
Yes.
So you included both of them in the proposal when you attached it.
That is correct.
Same with the invoice?
Same with the invoice. Yes.
Both of them were included in the invoice.
That is correct.
When you sent it to them. Those cameras, we talked about being able to move them. When you installed the new ones, did you put them in the same place as the old ones?
I believe we did.
So they were fixed, meaning what? You can't remotely move them, right?
That is correct.
But can you get up and actually physically change the angle of the cameras if you so chose?
You can.
Okay. And then as far as the defendant or anyone being able to stream and look at that, when the defendant downloaded that app, would she be able to do something such as record? Can you watch the video and record what you're looking at on the video screen?
You absolutely can.
But to get that recording, again, do you need the DVR box?
So just to make sure I understand correctly, so let's say if I'm viewing something, one specific channel, for example, I can record that on my phone, and then I don't need the DVR box anymore.
Right. It's on your phone.
It's on my phone now.
Yes. Okay. Also, from your phone, can you go in and change the angle of the cameras?
No,
So they're fixed, but you can manually change the angle.
you can manually change them
Okay.
physically.
Can you be on, if you know this, can you be on like a WhatsApp or a messaging app simultaneous, again, to having your live feed up watching your cameras?
So just to clarify, make sure I don't say it incorrectly, you can have the app running, and then you can switch over to WhatsApp and then come back again to the app.
Okay. so
Without
you go
having
back.
without having to close it, relaunch and all that.
And then this app, this IDMSS app, is it complicated to download?
No, just very simple.
No more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Just briefly on it. Just to clarify, Mr. Kine, you were shown an email that sent the instructions just to Monica. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that there was then an email sent a little bit later in the same day that sent instructions to both Monica and Fabio?
Yes.
Just to show you, Your Honor, I have my own defense packet of correspondence with First Digital, MAPT marked Exhibit 611, Defense Exhibit 611.
Yes.
It is 12 pages. showing you Mr. Khan, Defense Exhibit 611, page 9. This is the sort of missing that hasn't been mentioned yet, that is 12:50 p.m. the same day. These are the instructions, correct?
That is correct.
And this is sent to both Monica and Fabio, right?
Yes.
Okay. Um, you send the proposal before you go to the site, correct? You send a proposal for what you're offering.
After I
After you said, okay, that's fine. And as part of that proposal, it talks about having remote access, correct?
Yes.
And so it was part of this installation that you were doing, that remote access would be offered, right?
That is correct.
And as you said, that is a common and popular thing that is asked for.
It is.
Right, thank you very much. No further questions.
Anything further by the people?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. You're excused. You may call the next witness.
We have another one this morning.
That's called the tap dance. I did it a lot when I was a lawyer. And we'll take our lunch recess now until 1:30. The admin applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or former express any opinions on the cause. Just find it submitted to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30.
That was a long lunch, y'all. They still on lunch. At 5:30 my time. This is California. 4:30, 3:30. Why are you still gone? Okay, we'll keep it going. Can you hear my dog getting her water? Sensei! Seriously? Can you hear her? My gosh, it sounds like I got an elephant lapping up water, which they don't do, but you know what I mean. So it's 3:37 your time, June. So why? That was not the guy that was just, yeah? Wait a minute. Did we see all that? That doesn't look familiar to me, but I may be tired. Oh. Did we see these witnesses, y'all?
The location where eventually.
Did we see that?
F-150? No, the other one showed.
Hi, Erin.
Hello. Later on, she moved the car, which was what you were showing me. But right here on this photo.
Did we see
that is
this?
where he stopped in the middle of the pumps, a little bit
The way
to the
today's
right,
going,
around that area right there. Correct.
So at some point, after you saw
I don't
him get
either.
out of the vehicle from the driver's side, did you see what the defendant did?
You may call the next witness.
For surveillance, we have plainclothes surveillance and undercover surveillance. Plainclothes being you still identify yourselves as police officers with either police raid jackets or some type of police insignia on yourself to
This
identify
may be the
yourself as a police
afternoon.
officer. And
Let me
the
look
undercover
over here.
surveillance would be without any insignia of police at all. You're not
They may have
identifying
ended
yourself
it and
as
gone
police
to a
officer.
separate live for the
You
afternoon.
are acting like a normal citizen, conducting surveillance on whoever the target is.
I want to direct your attention back to February 21st of 2017. Were you called out to be a part of a undercover operation by your supervisor at the time?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was Detective Richard Jaramillo.
And approximately how many individuals were involved on February 21st in this undercover operation?
It was 5 officers and detectives in total.
And in addition to you, your supervisor Jaramillo, did it also include Joe Anaya?
Yes.
Okay. And on that particular day, were you partnered up or were you all in separate vehicles?
We were all in
Yeah,
individual
this is
vehicles.
weird. This is not,
those
I
unmarked-
can't find the guy that just got off the
They were
stand.
unmarked vehicles.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you're working a surveillance operation, how does an active or fluid surveillance operation work generally? Not specifically, just generally.
I'm sorry, a fluid operation?
Yes.
So a
But
fluid
when I run
surveillance
it
operation.
to this here,
Back in the time frame.
I'm looking.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nice.
Sir, first.
So then, I
Where's the guy in the blue shirt?
On, you thought.
Talking to.
What to?
Was that day 10 I was on?
Who was there? Not every single person, but who had charge of the scene?
Well, once we arrived, we were in charge of the scene, but I remember there being a possible captain there, a couple detectives, some officers that were there. The yellow tape was up.
Was that case then assigned to Detectives Parshall and Verna?
Yes,
Were they with you?
they arrived a little after me.
And then when you're at the scene, what did you proceed to do?
So when I'm at the scene, I basically delegate. We knew that on that night that the detectives, the lead detectives, were going to be Detective Parshall and Verna. They're assigned prior. That week you're on call, you designate whoever the next person is up. So they were the lead detectives, and then there's 4 other detectives, and I usually delegate to them which one's doing the crime scene.
That's interesting because
Which
do
one?
you know the guy with the shirt on that we were just watching? Let me run back my live. Come here. I'm not wanting that. That guy is not even on day 11. I bet that he was at the end of day 12. I mean, day 10. Now we're on day 11 because we were a day behind. Okay, this is legit. We're good. Okay. So we're in the right place.
Our mission was to
We're in the right place.
locate Mr. Baker and find out where his residence was.
But I only have about another 15, 20 minutes or so. When my guest arrives, I'm going to have to shut it down and we're going to have to get ready for tomorrow, for tonight, 7 o'clock.
Photographs of the 2 suspects, but also with photographs of their vehicles.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit that contains photographs of a Ford F-150
Y'all.
Fabio Santilli. Could it be marked?
Y'all, U.S. Postal Service will close all branches 1 full day next week. What?
As exhibit 141.
Yes.
And I also have a photograph of Robert Baker's black.
Oh, annual holiday. Oh, you jerk. What that was a teaser. That was a teaser. I'm sorry, guys.
Were you provided with photographs, information, including license plates, as you see here in exhibit 141 that was being utilized or owned by defendant Santilli?
Yes.
Were you also provided with photographs as well as information and 2 different license plates regarding suspect Baker's vehicle, that being a Ford Expedition as seen as exhibit 142?
Yes.
Ford Expedition as seen as exhibit 142.
Yes.
On that particular day, were you notified by your supervisor, Rich Jaramillo, that the suspects were in the Hollywood area?
Yes.
And prior to that date, had you placed a tracker on defendant Cementili's, bless you, Ford F-150 as seen in Exhibit 141?
Yes.
Okay. And where was it that you placed the vehicle tracker on this vehicle?
It was at a car dealership in Thousand Oaks, I believe a few days prior to February 21st.
On February 16th?
Yes, February 16th.
At a Ford dealership, is that right?
Correct.
And what does that tracker provide you with in terms of information?
The tracker provides detectives live location of the vehicle when the tracker is on.
Okay. So it gives you a live feed or a simultaneous feed as to location based on coordinates?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the vehicle tracker that you had placed on the defendant's Ford F-150 on February 16th, did you then make your way over to the Hollywood area?
Yes.
And where were you as you were looking for this particular vehicle that we see here in 141?
I was on Melrose Avenue looking for the Ford F-150 truck being guided by my supervisor, Rich Jaramillo.
Okay. And did you, in fact, locate the vehicle?
Yes,
And when you located the vehicle, did you alert the other members of your team?
I did.
And can you tell us what you saw at that point in time?
I saw Mr. Baker driving the vehicle and Miss Samatelli sitting in the front passenger seat. And we crossed paths. So I turned around and to follow the vehicle.
And where did you follow the vehicle to?
To a bar called The Parlor on Melrose Avenue.
Is that a bar that's located at 7250 Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a series of 4 different photographs from the parlor bar. May they be marked collectively as People's 143?
Yes.
And there is...
My guest is here. We're going to go ahead and stop. That gives me time to get some food in my stomach, I hope. Also will give us time to reset the studio because he's got to fit in here somehow. And I got to get everything to work. So we're going to go ahead and hold a stop here. We were on day 10 before at the end of the day of 10. This is the beginning of day 11. Tomorrow morning, we will have the baby Evelyn trial continuing. So there, we got it going. So let me put that on the taskbar. Okay, guys, y'all are amazing. Y'all go take a break, get some refreshment, stretch, do what you got to do. Hopefully you'll be back with me at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have this wonderful guest, addict to athlete, Alan Deal Jr. will be joining me at 7 o'clock. All right. Till then, thanks for joining. Good day. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.